People need to see the light. Turn it up bright. We will fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Say from him step up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them said spice on him. Evil politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back up, them not ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know said them bring out them cries through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey. Ratty all the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm you. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. How long them a gonna know say that them fire can't cool? How long them a gonna take our people for food? Nah build no houses, them nah build no school. Think them up the handle but the most I rule. Them better stop criticizing. Cause what them a do now phase him. You know the man no lazy. All them a talk, them are the one way crazy. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Say from him step up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Evil politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back up, them not ties on him. Them know said that the people rely on him. You know said them bring out them cries through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey. The man hold the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm you. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day.
As children, we learn the true meaning of being a hero. Being a hero requires great sacrifice for others, not just ourselves. We learn about the heroes of Jamaica's past and how much of themselves and their lives they had to give in building a nation we should be proud to call home. They believed in a Jamaica that was more than just a country, more than just an island, more than land surrounded by water. They believed in a dream of a free nation of people, a nation built on the foundation of their sacrifices, a nation of many people working as one, a nation that would continue to produce legends and nation builders that serve towards that vision. As children, we were also taught the national pledge, a solemn promise, an undertaking. I would like to believe Sir Hugh Sherlock, while writing this pledge, understood the vision and dreams of our heroes. It's clear being a hero is too much to ever ask any one citizen. Luckily, the pledge does not require heroics of any of us. It merely asks that we honor our heroes by striving to advance our nation and ultimately inspire the world, like they and many Jamaicans have done. It's important we remember those words. These words. Before God and all mankind, I pledge the love and loyalty of my heart, the wisdom and courage of my mind, the strength and vigor of my body in service of my fellow citizens. I promise to stand up for justice, brotherhood, and peace, to work diligently and creatively, to think generously and honestly, so that Jamaica may, under God, increase in beauty, fellowship, and prosperity, and play her part in advancing the welfare of the whole human race. If you are like me, a Jamaican born and raised on this land, maybe you will remember saying those words, singing that song in a classroom or some general assembly. If so, like me, you made a pledge. Somehow it seems like many of us have forgotten that. The crime and violence, the indiscipline and short-sightedness, the corruption, the lack of respect for our beautiful lands we are blessed with, and the waters that surround and nurtures us. We have to do better. Let us honor our heroes so that they would not have sacrificed so much in vain. I hope this video can make a difference to even one soul. If so, it would all be worth it. If you feel the way I do, share it. May my voice become yours. Thanks for watching.
One, two, three. Mic check. 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 Good night. Good night, everyone. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Mic check. Okay. Yes. Yes. All right, folks. Welcome to Come Reason with Rattigan, the place where you have a say in the direction of the discussion. Let me just say it's better late than never. Enough said. First, we have to give thanks and praise for life. And let us continue to pray for Jamaica and our brothers and sisters who are suffering, as my father said, the pangs of hell. And we continue to hope, pray, and to assist with provisions for them. Mr. Leon Turner, big up yourself. Mr. Rattigan for president. Up, 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 way up there. Miss E, big up yourself, Miss E. All right. Beverly, enough blessings. Okay, thank you. Hey, see the man, I know people. Mr. Laps coach himself, Naman Montague. When I don't see him, you can ask him when him get that name there. But Natty, big up yourself. Thanks for tuning in, my brethren. Long time supporter, brethren. Much appreciated. ACLB, blessings, blessings, blessings. Jeffrey, long time I don't see your face in the place, Jeffrey, or at least we don't see you in the chat. Big up yourself. Welcome. Patel, likewise, we don't see you now. Like you on vacation, Patel. Big up yourself. LW, good night. Blessings. Blessings to you too and your family members and your community. Everybody, LW, big up. Elmira lives in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Can you vote for me? You know, I've been to Quebec. Very, very nice place, Elmira. But problem is, I don't speak French. So I go to one function and the whole thing was in French. Even the Americans there were speaking in French. This happened when I was assigned to the embassy in Canada. The American embassy, that is. So no, you can't vote for me, Elmira. Unfortunately, you have to vote in the region where you live. And in Canada, I think there are 2 regions. And the names will come out. Stay tuned, because you know it already. We will provide guidance as to who the candidates we believe will represent our interest. We'll provide information about those people. So stay tuned. The good thing though is that it appears as if you have registered, Elmira. And if you haven't, please go ahead and register. And we have some updated information concerning registration, nomination, election, all of that. The dates, they've been moved to next year, but we'll get to that in a few. Thank you. Laura, good evening. Good evening, Laura. Big up yourself, Laura. Douglas, yes. Bless up. Petra, yeah, man, in other place. Yeah, Kevin Stew, they are still, you know, but him there in the background, him come on and do him thing and dig off. But him there both. Sealy, hello. Sonia, big up yourself. Thanks for stopping by, Sonia. The real thing. Greetings and salutations, sister. Thank you. And thanks for being a supporter. Thanks for being here. Desmond Myrie, good night, Desmond. Artnell, big up yourself. Family, that was say. Merlin, Fid, good evening. Thanks for joining us. Judith, Hibbert, good night, Judith. H-Mar, bless up. Erica, stay so. Nice up the place. Marva, yes. Hi. Semonich, one Rattigan on the channel that we say. I want enough to forget OT, you know, catch it up on the channel too, you know, and DJ Kevin Stew about the place. As a God, blessings. Real black woman. Up. Thanks for joining us. I see you. And you see me. Okay. Bless up. I see you. Thanks for joining us. Christine Fraser. Good night. First time on the program. Hey, people, no big up Christine, you know. Christine, thanks for joining us. I don't know how you hear about us, whether it was, you know, you just scrolling through YouTube and you came across us or somebody referred the program to you. But either way, we're happy you're here. And we would like you to have an enjoyable and an educational time here. And last but not least, we want you to share your experience with others and have them join as well. Thank you for being here. Winbert Reed. Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you. Much appreciated. Sharon Ricketts, good night. Africa newbie, greetings. Thanks for joining us. Erica James, great work. Thank you. And people, tonight we're going to open the phone line for a good while now. We want to hear from you, and also another chat. This is your program. You're saying, come reason with Rattigan. So I'm sitting here waiting for you to come and just reason with me, because on a Saturday I me do the outreach, me do this, and then on a Wednesday me expect that. So it's there. Carla Ebanks, bless up. Perline. Oh, Perline. Hey, first again, people have to big up Perline. We know how you arrive at this stage because through Mystic. Big up yourself, Mystic. Melting Pot, Lady Ann, Lord Byron. Pauline, we welcome you and we hope that you'll become a very, very valued supporter and you'll share the word with your colleagues, friends, family, neighbors. Marva McLean. Oh, Marva, welcome, Christine. All right, good. Africa, see, a family with Seronia. So, family. Don, this wake up, the sleep nice when you want to sleep. How they do, everyone? All right, Don, thanks for joining us. Glad you were able to get up from your slumber and join us. We expect a lively discussion with you, Don. We know we can depend on that. Reggae Medic. Yes, blessings. Yeah. About to finish my registration. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Well, I shouldn't say sir, because I don't Reggae Medic could be a lady. So big up yourself, Reggae Medic. All right. African, you'll be welcome, Perline. All right, that's it, OT. Perline responds. Sound like a play-by-play commentator, right? Is that it? A big okay. Rosemary Gentles, keep educating and from us. Thank you, Rosemary. Thank you. Thank you. I try my best, and especially when people like you tell me this, it give me the encouragement to just go even harder. Rosemary, people like you make me sleep only 3 hours a night. You make me sleep now too. Who is represented as a God? Me, as a God. Me. And I use another word with it, but my father says, but no, we'll just leave it at that. Me. So as a God, you know it I go. All right? Tisa Taylor, bless up yourself. Bless up yourself. Paulette A. Good night to you as well. OT, talk to me. That's it. Okay. All right, people. And I know of a lot of people watching the program right now. They're not in the chat, and some of them they don't want to. They prefer to sit and watch from a distance, and we understand that, and we appreciate that. So, Joan Allen, big up yourself, and so we understand that. No, my people, there is so much to talk about, so much going on in content-rich Jamaica. Them have a district named Content. Well, we're not talking about the district specifically, but Content could be all of Jamaica or all of Western Jamaica because of the problems going on over there with providing resources. So we have a lot of things to talk about. And what I'd like to do, I'll start out the discussion, and then I'm charging up the phone now. We're going to put the phone on kind of early tonight, and we just hope that you folks will join us. Say what's on your mind. This is a program where you can speak freely, but you have to do it in a decent fashion. You can't come on and curse or the chat, because we have people in the chat where just with the first utterance, you're gone. And we don't want that. Even if you disagree with what we're saying, we want you to come and engage us, and we can have a spirited discussion, because maybe you can convince us, maybe you can convince me, maybe I can convince you, or maybe we'll walk away saying we respect each other's position, but we disagree. And that's fine. That's fine. Really like where you're the trouble about the government. Yeah. I hope you guys watched last week's program, and if you didn't catch the live, I hope you go and watch it, because we did a piece on how laws are made in Jamaica, and then we also showed you that it's possible to have a law, it's possible to have a bill signed into law by the Governor General and still not be effective. Be effective means not implemented. There's no start date. So you have a law, but it's not being used. Why? Because that law will only take effect when the minister says it will take effect on this date, and then provide a date next month, whenever. And the example I provided on Saturday was a case where a law was passed in 2015, and it got rid of a 2008 law. So they had a law from 2008, and in 2015 they said we need to get rid of this law, and they did. They passed the law in 2015, and then they passed amendments to the 2015 law in 2018. So yeah, 2008 law repealed by the 2015 law, and then you have changes made to the 2015 law in 2018. But guess what, people? The 2015 law and the changes to the 2015 law in 2018, they did not take effect until 2019. So imagine that. A bill was signed into law in 2015, but was not implemented as law until 2019. 4 years. So you know what happened? The 2008 law went all the way up to 2019. Even though there was intent to get rid of it in 2015. It wasn't gotten rid of until 2019. So these are the things that we're bringing to our people, so that when you hear somebody say, you know, a law was signed, a bill was signed by the Governor General, the question you need to ask is, okay, when will it take effect? Because the Governor General doesn't say when it's going to take effect. He just says, this bill passed by the Parliament is now law. I proclaim it law. But as far as the date, that's not his bailiwick. That's not him cup of tea. That is the minister is going to come along and say so and so. So those are the things that we're trying to educate our people about, civics. And so we present civics, we present it in a simple way, and then we do the nuances, you know, like the 2015 law didn't become effective till 2019. These are some of the things. And then we want you to keep thinking through these things. We just don't want you to just memorize these things. We want you to think about them, think through them. As you well know, that's our primary purpose around here. It is our primary purpose is to educate people. It doesn't make sense to tell people to take action and they have no clue, no idea what they're taking action about. That is a recipe for confusion, chaos, and failure. You need to educate people so when people can embrace the thing, not only can they embrace it, but they can relate it. They can talk to people about it. Okay, Judith said, no disrespect, but from the USA, but the GG in Jamaica seem like him deaf, dumb, and mute. Judith, I can't argue with you. Can't argue with you, because we've seen time and time again where just rubber stamp things. And then rubber stamp things with mistakes, even though he has a staff, and even though we're paying him close to $750 million Jamaican dollars to run his office. You know, wait a minute, that's that, Mr. Rich, should we be paying $5,000 to register on the? No, there's no cost, unless I'm misinterpreting the question. There is no cost, Bestel, to register to vote in the upcoming GJDC election. Not that I'm aware of. If you're aware of it, please let me know so I can publicize it, because it should be free for you to register to vote. I don't know where it is. I don't know where. If you're hearing it, please let us know the source so we can deal with this. All right. Let's see a young lady cuss out the crime minister behind nothing leave where she not tell him. I'm watching to see if I will send for her. Oh, Don says somebody curse out the prime minister. She put crime minister. Okay. Miss Reba in the chat, Florence in the chat. Okay. All right. So, you know, we started out with, well, since we're on the subject of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, here is the original flyer that they put out. See that? It says register now at www.connectmeja.com. And this registration starts when? Went to the 15th of October, almost a month ago it started. And that the nomination would open the same day. And that the election would be the 20th of November through the 13th of December. That has changed, because here is the latest one. You can big that up. Oh, wait. You can big that up, Opal. Big it up again, please. Yeah. Okay. All right. They said they started sensitizing people to this thing back in July. I don't know about that. I never saw anything until, I didn't see anything until later. And then they said the 29th of September, the appointment of elections committee. We don't know who these people are. We don't know how they got appointed. We don't know who appointed them. We suspect that they did not appoint themselves. We also suspect that the diaspora did not appoint them. Or if the diaspora appointed them, it was done with the consultation of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. This wasn't done independent of them. But there it is. On the 29th of September, the elections committees were appointed. And when they say election committees, they're talking about election committees for the different regions. So for example, in the US, they have 3 regions. So each region would have an election committee. So I'm in the Northeast. There is one in the Northeast. But I'm asking questions. What are the requirements to be on this election committee? Who set up these requirements? Who appointed these people? Who are these people? We don't know. But they said that they did it on September 29th. And now they're saying that the registration, voter registration and nomination will started on the 15th of October, which we saw. And they said, no, here's where the change is now. Remember, they were saying that you start in October and they end in November. Now they're saying that the 19th of January will be the end of the nomination period. So you have until January to nominate whoever you want. You have until it's no longer, let me go back and see this. It's no longer started, yeah, it's no longer, it would have ended about 5 days before the election. So it would have ended about somewhere like around the 15th of November. But forget this. This is the one that we're going to work with. So on the 21st of January, they're going to publicly state the number of candidates. So on the 21st of January, we will all know who the candidates, globally, who the candidates are on the 21st of January. And then between the 21st to the 27th of January next year, they said the campaigning period. I don't know what they mean by campaign, because they never, this what do you call them? Elections committee. I haven't seen anything from them saying that, okay, this is who we are, this is what we're responsible for doing, and this is what, these are the qualifications, and also here is the campaign, the campaigning period, this is it, and this is what is expected from the candidates when they campaign. We don't see anything about that. And then the 24th of January, that's when voter registration will end. So it will end 3 days before the end of the campaigning period. So people can campaign from the 21st to the 27th of January. But what does that mean, campaigning period? What they haven't defined it, so we don't know. I see somebody put out something saying that, I see something where people are saying that somebody put something out saying that she's a candidate for the Global Jamaica Diaspora Youth Council. I don't know what they mean by that. Is that campaigning? I have no idea. So they need to tell people, they need to put the regulations out. But you know what, people? You know what? They're afraid to put the regulations out, because I am telling you, if they put the regulations out, I go find something wrong with them. Trust me. If they put something out, I am going to find something wrong with it. And I am Jamaican, living in Jamaica, I come here, but I am wondering if I'll be allowed to vote. Don Strawn, I don't know, unless you have an address, like if you say you're a Jamaican living in Jamaica, I don't know how that will work. I think they're going to disqualify you. Because if you put, Don, if you put on the registration form that you live in Jamaica and they approved it and sent you a token, it just goes to show how inefficient this whole process is, how untrustworthy it is, how unreliable it is. Because they're supposed to pick that up and say, if you live in Jamaica, then you can't vote. You can't vote. Phil Potts, Donna Phil Potts. Hey, let me tell you a story. They might try ban me, you know. They might try, them reject my application, my nomination. They rejected it already. And I redid it. And they haven't responded to me. I also registered to vote. And they haven't responded to me. And I know people who did it a week after me and they've received their token. They're ready to vote. As a God, don't use the QR code. Just go to the website. Here's the website. This one, www.connectmeja.com. It's in red. We're right below register now. Yeah, don't use the code. Don't use it. So we have campaigning period. I don't know if the campaigning period will mean that we'll have debates or town hall meetings. I would love for them to have that and include me, but we know it go when it comes to me. So the last day of voting will be the 24th of January. The last day of voter registration, sorry. The last day of vote, the last day you can register to vote will be the 24th of January. And then from the 28th of January to the 20th of February, that's the voting period. And they say if you're going to use paper voting, you can only do it, they only have it on one day. Most people, I think, upwards of 99.99999% of the people will vote electronically. So you have the 20th of January to the 20th of February. Then on the 23rd, they're going to certify, I don't know who they are, but they are going to certify the election results. And then on the 24th of February, they're going to announce the election results. Hold on, let me see something. Kevin not there, but let me see something. Yeah. Let me see if I can find. Let me see if I can find Michelle Tolonil's letter and kind of giving us some guidance. Let me see. Kevin, if you're there about it's here somewhere. I don't know. I don't know exactly where it is, but I just wanted to show you something because the dates they seem too coincidental. Hold on. Kevin. Oh, wait, this election. No, that's not it. OT, do me a favor, reach out to Kevin and just tell him to me I look for the letter from Michelle Tolonil. Because I want to show the people something here that I don't know if it's coincidence or what, but PM says state minister. I don't see it in where I'm looking. I don't see it. So let me move this off of this. But people, it's important that you go out and you register to vote, right? And as you know, they don't want me on that board because these are one-man wrecking crew when it comes to wrecking something for the right reason. Not just going in and wrecking something because you can do it or you feel like you can do it, but wrecking something for the right reason. And I would like to wreck the structure, the current structure, as the Prime Minister says, current structure of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, because there's no empowerment for the people. It's all about government. And you've heard me talk about this, and I will continue to speak about this. And in fact, I have it up there, should I show you? But the diaspora is seen as a feeder for the government. The diaspora is not seen as an organization to help the diaspora and also to help the people of Jamaica. That's not the way it's structured. And I would like to see it changed. They don't want to see it changed because they want to do whatever they want to do. Uh-oh. People call already. Hold on there. Caller, welcome to Conversation with Rattigan. I'm not ready for techno call it, but you call. Go ahead. Hold on there. You're first, man. All right. You can hear me now? Hello?
Yes. Night and blessing.
Yes.
I'm trying to register to vote. So what you talk about no one different?
No, when you say you tried to register, what have you done?
Okay, I download the app, the Jamaica Connect thing, and help me out and put in the information and allow me to register or submit nothing. So we don't know if you go. So me ding you. Okay, so it is register now. www.jamaicaconnect.com. All right, I got you.
You register?
Yeah. I got you now. So I'm gonna do this now.
Okay, but just want to make sure it's a
Connect Jamaica. All right, I got you.
Yeah.
If I not me, I call you back.
All right, no problem, my brother.
All right, cool.
All right.
Blessings. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me just short circuit this presentation that I'm doing regarding the GJDC and just turn to a young lady by the name of Terry-Ann Sundar, right? May I have that correct? Sundar, right? She smiled with me. See how you people. All right. She like a lot of Jamaicans, trying to help the situation in Jamaica, to relieve the pain and suffering. And she has a project, an initiative that she's working on, and we'd like to hear from her. So Terry-Ann, welcome to the program, and just tell the people who, I suspect that a lot of them might not know you. Just tell the people who you are and what exactly is your initiative.
Okay, so my name, as you said, is Terry-Ann Sundar, and I'm an old girl of Merle Grove High School. So, OT and these people are my sisters. And so I came, we actually linked up the other day when another old girl came to do a payment, and I work with Mothers Enterprises, and we were doing the catering for the function that was held at Ranny Williams. Awesome program it was, because it was really very educating. I was so glad that I came because, I just came to give some support. And so, this has happened. And for my birthday, which is coming up in January, I said I was going to do an initiative and to give back to a host of children at a basic school of a choice. So now we're here, hurricane aftermath and everything, and things are happening. And because I love children, I work with children. I'm not a teacher, but there's always a thing that children have impressed upon my heart. So I decided to just reach out to some of my old girls and some of my friends overseas, people in Jamaica. I even approached the principal at Merle Grove, telling her my idea that I would really want us to see how best we can really help out this with other children, children involved, and by extension, it would feed another set of individuals. So what we realize is that everybody is touching the West, and they're touching Black River mostly. But what about the people in Montego Bay? What about the people in Trelawney? You might have some people who are, just having the same issues that Black River is having. We understand what is happening, but I'm thinking we can spread our wings. So I decided to reach out to Opal and ask her, let's see how best we can partner and do something to just reach out to some families that are in need at this time. And we know the government is doing what they're doing, but it's not going to reach everyone. So, I'm trying to see, just like a normal individual, a parent, a hardworking person, just to see how best we can help. And today I made some calls to some parents just to let them know that, hey, we'll be at school tomorrow, just working to see how best the children, how they're dealing and coping with the whole situation. And so tomorrow at devotion from my alma mater, we'll be there, just meeting and greeting parents along with who come and drop off their children, just to understand what they're going through. But my whole project is to just reach out to, I've identified a school, and it is known as the Spicy Hill Basic School. It's a co-worker of mine. She's from the parish of Trelawney. And so I was sharing the same thing with her. And she said, partner with me now. Partner with me. Me need somebody to help me. So I said, all right then, because I've been looking for a school and I really would like a basic school. Basic school because, the numbers are smaller. So you want to reach enough. You understand? You want to reach a number of communities. And so the school has around 200 children. And, by extension, there will be parents that you'd really impact. So what I am actually doing now is just trying to go around, see if I can get some packages for people. We think about everybody saying food, 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 clothing, clothing, clothing. But how do we think about even their whole leisure time, how they get back into education? I mean, because it is that school will be out for some of them because they don't have devices. They don't have the natural thing like a book, a pencil, anything like that. So, I mean, it goes beyond, yes, there's still food because people need food, but then we don't want to neglect the whole education side of things. And so, I mean, I think that, the future is within the children. And so we want to ensure that we really try and reach out to them. So we're supposed to do a site visit in December, the first week in December. And from there, we'll have more information because the technology and there's not much connectivity back that side. So you have to go out there. So we want to prepare ourselves so that we can go see the wreckage and just meet with the principal face to face and let her know that, hey, we're here for you. So that's my initiative.
When do you plan to make the trip?
In the first Saturday in December. Let me get a date. So I know it can't be this weekend nor next weekend, and persons are saying December is a better time. So the first Saturday can help me with that date.
The first Saturday?
Yeah. Don't want to come up with this. I don't have my diary here.
No worries. We have everything. So the first Saturday in December is 6th.
Right. So, and if people think about it, I don't think Christmas will be the same. It will not be a Merry Christmas. And for me, I'm thinking what will make us happy is to ensure that some other family is feeling good about what is happening. You understand? So to see another family or another child happy, that is what we should aim to do. I know people from overseas, what we realize is that people are even just coming down themselves because they really want to touch people. You understand? When you think about it, where some people, when you watch the social media, they don't have anywhere to sleep. I'm thinking, all right, we do camping. There are tents that we probably could try. I don't know, probably I'm thinking ahead of the government. I don't know. They are too all engrossed in what they're thinking and what they're doing. You know, we probably need some tents, some sleeping bags, you know, things that would really help people to just kind of cope. I mean, we're not going to can all get rid of the rubble right away, but as much as we can do, I mean, small things go a long way. So, I mean, you know, let's see how we can partner and just get this thing. Because if every person in Jamaica takes at least partner with somebody, a neighbor, a friend, and we say, all right, we're doing this community, that community, we'd see how far we'd go because we'll reach more people. So that is my aim.
Terry Ann, you know, I've heard many conversations concerning how aid should be distributed, the conduit. And there are three main ways, not only three ways, but the three main ways. One of them is through the government, another is through a charitable organization.
Right.
Third is, you know, the community, through the community, whether you're going, well, actually fourth, you can give it to community leaders, and fourth, you can actually go and distribute it yourself. Now, the government is responsible for what is it? Emergency management. They're responsible for whenever you have a disaster.
Right.
Sure that people are taken care of, their needs are being met.
Basic
are being met. But then there is this huge outcry where, you know, and it's deserved based on the history of this government, that people are saying, me not give the government my thing, you know. No, sir. Me I give it to a charity, me I give it to a community, or me I go down and do it myself.
And that's what has been happening.
Putting that aside, let me ask you. I don't want to put you on the spot, but you know, this is the question coming. You know, this is the question that come. You say you're partnering with others. Why haven't you, or why aren't you partnering with the government?
Well, for me, the government has their hands full. And at this point in time, they're not going to listen to a small person, because I think sometimes they're thinking that, you know, we already have this, we know what we want to do, we know what our aim is. And so they have themselves. So whether they're opposition, the opposition and the ruling party should be working together. But we don't get that on the outskirts. So even, I mean, you hear people speak of things, you know, sometimes you're saying, they say, if you don't go say it near, go so. Because sometimes we're, after the history that we have created as a government, people don't want to go ahead and say, all right, then let us all do the influx with the government, because it takes too long. I mean, the more hands they have then, you understand? It's taking too long, and probably because you have so much red tape and the allocations, it's not going to come right away. So even, okay, so just to put this in context, so my counselor, I said to him that, hey, I know that we have a lot of things happening around the place, but I said, because I live near a place that has an open lot, and so I remember behind the back of my house, the tree is, you know, broken and cut down and all these things. I mean, the open lot does not belong to me. They say it's a government road, but you know, because we live close by, we clean it and things. So I'm saying to him, hey, let's partner, let's have a project. The place needs to just get cleaned up. Come work with me. See if you can get some whatever equipment I need. We need saw, we need things. It's taking a long time because I'm told that, hey, we have people who are in dire situation than you. So when you hear things like that, you understand what is happening. You say, okay, I mean, let's see how much people we can reach. And so that's why you find that the churches, the communities, people on a whole is just trying to see how best they can reach people. At my workplace, they do reach out to other staff members who have been devastated because of we have locations down into that area and they have been badly. I mean, we have seen it ravishes on the TV, and so it is a real thing, and you can't wait on the government because the government is not going to reach everyone. By the time them reach everyone, first of all, them probably don't even recognize that some people might have not been dealt with because they're passed over. Reason being, if I'm not the person who speaks outrightly to any politician, I don't come and I don't feel like I need to ask them for anything, I may get left behind. You understand? And so people are reserved. And I think that the little that I can do, I will do that because they already say, all right, it's going to be after allocated towards healthcare. It's going to be have to allocated to JPS, Water Commission, all these infrastructures. So we hear the value of the monies that is coming in, but at the same time, it means that they're going to have to sit down now and pencil out how they're going to allocate that. And by the time they finish, we don't even know. Some of the children might just die of hunger. Sometimes when I see it, I'm thinking to myself, boy, I never know the place could look this way. I'm just seeing the pictures and I'm just bracing myself for when I go and see it. Because I've traveled many a times. I have family in Hanover. Thank God they're okay. And when you see what is happening, I'm like, sometimes I'm looking, I'm saying, this is like when Haiti had their catastrophic earthquake, the rubbles that you see. So it's a real thing. And we just have to understand that, we have to partner together. Probably more things need to happen probably after December. The government probably
Very unfrozen.
needs to extend the no tariff on the other items that we may not reach. We may not get everything in by that time. So then we don't want after December 31st, then we're saying, oh, so yeah, that's why I'm doing
You're
that.
you
So,
were
I
frozen.
mean,
You were frozen for a
mhm.
few seconds. Uh, I don't know if the signal where you are. I don't know if it's steady or intermittent. It's like it's intermittent. You
Okay.
okay?
Yeah, I said that's why. Sorry, Mr. Rattigan?
Yeah, the signal is unstable. Teriana. Yeah.
Hearing me?
Can you hear me? Yeah, I
Yes,
can
hearing me?
hear you. Yeah. All right.
Right. Mm-hmm.
But let me ask you this. You're on a diaspora program. And I know you said that you're reaching out to people and you're trying to do the same, trying to do that. Uh, if you could ask the
Mm-hmm.
diaspora, what kind of assistance would you want the diaspora, and how can they reach you to help you? And by the way, Reggae Medic in the chat says you should make an appeal to people in the diaspora to send solar. There it is. Solar mosquito zappers to the people in Western Jamaica. These are needed to combat the looming mosquito threat. That's a real threat.
Mm-hmm.
So talk
It's
to
a
us now.
retreat.
How can the diaspora reach out to the diaspora? Tell us now what kind of support you would like from the diaspora, and tell us how people can get in touch with you.
Okay. So my contact number is 876-322-8875.
Hold
And
on a
I
second.
can
Hold on. OT, put that up in the chat now. Put that up in the chat, please. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Signal again. Yeah, the signal.
Yes, hear me?
Keep talking.
I'm probably getting a little breakup because someone is trying to reach me on the phone, so I'm cutting off the call. So
Okay.
that's what's happening right here. Right. So my other thing is that maybe, can items. So we talk about children mostly, and then because they're children, there are also parents who are involved. And so one of the things that fruits and you have your tin fruits, you have your tin vegetables, you have your tin food, you have basic supplies for the children like socks, underwear, marinas, basic clothing items. Then we also think about the school essentials, because even though they may not be going to school as they should, but they should be interactive. So if it
I hope I know what people are called Terrian right now, because they might interrupt the thing, yeah. Or LW said, Terrian, if you can't read the chat, it says put the phone on aeroplane mode. And then you don't have to worry about people that call and interrupt. So that's where we are. Hold on a second. We have our other guests them now wait. But guess bear with me. We are trying several things at the same time. So let me say something now. Somebody asked a question. LW, the link with the December thing, it's not a concert, but it's a gathering. We're still up in the year, but we'll keep you posted. Hold on a second, people. All right, my people. We have Sasha Gay in the green room. I wait for come on. But before that, somebody put up something earlier. Vestel, yeah, family in Jacksonville, and they want to register. Which region are they? South. I think somebody answered that. Okay, Jillian answered that. Okay. But then there was another question. Hold on. If you live in New York, you're in the Northeast. If you live in any state from, I think, Vermont all the way down to Virginia, talk Rhode Island, Connecticut, New York, Pennsylvania, Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, DC, Virginia. If you live in any of those states, you're in the Northeast. So, and I am going to run in the Northeast. I put my name inside, but them not certified yet, so you know it already. But somebody asked a question. I just want to get to it before. Hold on. Hold on a second. AMG Fast said, I have the ability to start a militia to save Jamaica and truly a peaceful person. Well, AG, behind the calm, there's a storm. Trust me. But we don't have to carry on and cuss and things like that now. Them know our ability. Them know that. And as long as you know that and you're part of the process, that's all we care about, So, but thank you for that statement. Much appreciated. And in the fullness of time, we will reveal some things and it will become quite clear to people. Somebody mentioned something. Maureen Bailey said, I feel angry about some things that are happening in Jamaica. It seems as if Andrones has a country hostage. I believe he controls it. I see the police force and the military. Maureen, a lot of people share those sentiments. A lot of people. Maureen also said, what do you think will happen on November 18? So Holdings has a court case with Paul Buchanan. Will it be dragged out? All right, Maureen, you have to tune in on Saturday. Miss Bailey, you have to tune in on Saturday because you touch something that not even the media is reporting on. And I have a whole program. I have a whole segment on that. And it's going to be quite revealing. And if the Prime Minister is a cat, and cat have 9 lives, maybe he might try go for 10. Maybe he might try go for 10. Now we are going to show you why we said that. But interesting point, Miss Bailey. And me are going to look for your name in the chat, Miss Bailey, on Saturday, because you bring this thing up and nobody else has brought this up. And I want you to, if you can between now and then, read as much as you can about that case, because I have read everything I can read about that case, and I'm just raring to go and educate my people about the Representation of People Act, about a 1997 lawsuit, and about this current filing, a whole range of things. So, yeah, they might fill part, they might try to keep me out there, yeah. But that's what the thing said, you know. Them can't stop it. Oh, God bless, no man curse. So the corruption reaching the diaspora. Yes, indeed. G Angel, it there and it real. And we are battling, but you know it go already. We win all of our battles and wars. So I just said go. All right. Let me see this here now. Go ahead again. You were explaining about the things that the diaspora can help you with.
Right. Sorry about that. So you see, the situation is real because I am in Kingston and I have Wi-Fi connectivity and data. And you can imagine those people down there who don't have anything at all trying to reach out to somebody. So I'm just saying that this network sometimes get a little bit out of hand. Right. So flashlights, batteries, as the person said. I mean, zappers are important because here the mosquito, the repellents, because these things with the repellents it can help combat the mosquito outbreak. Then you even sometimes has the mosquito candles that also will help. Go ahead, Mr. Rattigan, you want to say something?
Yeah, the things that you just mentioned, can they be purchased in Jamaica at this time?
I would have to. Yes, I'm thinking that we can get the thing like that.
What you need for then is have the people send you money, man. Have them send you cash, because that's more immediate. And if you have to wait for them to pack up all of them, because we're packing a 40-foot container, but I suspect it's gonna take a while. And
right.
need the help right now. So don't be ashamed. Don't be afraid. Just ask your brothers and sisters in the diaspora, send the money.
Yeah, if they can send the monies, we don't have a problem receiving it. We will ensure that it goes a long way, because as you say, and even if people are here who want to help out with the situation and come with us, you know, if you have your vehicle and you can come down, because we're gonna carpool, and on the day you come with us, see what is happening, so you know that it is real. You understand? It is real. You come give a hand so that the day. Yes, today I was talking to a parent, and when she told me that she even cooked, and she was so excited about the thing, because she said, okay, she's gonna call her people in Canada and she's going up in December, and she just started to make her calls, because she's saying when she goes up in the week, she's gonna bring down a few things so that we can go out and reach the children and by extension the parents who are connected with them. So you have
here's what I would like to do. Here's what because we have Sasha Gay away. Here's what I'd like to do. I'd like to invite you to come on Saturday because we have a bigger audience on Saturday. And I want you. People tell me something I know for beg, but we know who to tell you for beg from. So and them they're the people on Saturday. So not that this group here, because a lot of people here right now they come on Saturday as well. But we have a much larger group. So I'm going to invite you if you're available to come on Saturday because I think it's a worthwhile initiative. And what I would like to see is I would like to see them send you money so that the money can circulate in the community. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's buying it here. Yeah, I would like because a shopkeeper might hire somebody.
It's
And,
right.
And if they have the product already, then we might as well do that. So I would like to see that happen. So I would love for you to come on Saturday. We reintroduce you to the community, and then have some way, shape, or form, or some avenue where they can get the funding to you, because I can tell you the diaspora, we have meet hell up here, but we're cheerful givers. We're cheerful givers. And even though we have our own situation to contend with, when we look and see all the people the western part of Jamaica live.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody no deserve to live like that. And like you said, we can't wait for the government to get the relief supplies to these people, because some places they're not going to, some places we don't know if they, and some places we don't know if they'll ever get to those places.
Yeah, that's true.
That's why our container that we're packing, we're doing it with intention to serve the communities that are not in the spotlight.
Right.
People largely forgotten that people forget all rural communities.
Exactly. And that's the thing, because when the lady said it to me at work, and I was just expressing to her that, I need to find a school. Somebody gave me another school in Montego Bay, but that was a bigger school. And so I thought it was better for us to just find a smaller school where we can touch and know that it goes a long way. So if each group adopts a small group, then it will go a long way. It will go a long way.
All right, look, Terry, and I want to thank you for stopping by. We support what you're doing. We commend you. It's a worthwhile project. It's a necessary project. And believe me, as much as some of we are suffering and foreigner, because foreigner no better roses, I'm sure you know, right? Because we know you have family up there to tell you the same thing. Walk around and pick up money off the street, like how some people make it too.
And $1.
Yeah, some people work hard, 2 job, 3 job, and in a snow and all, in the elements, to deal with it. But I would like you to come on Saturday. So link up with OT, and we set it up, and we do it at your convenience. Whenever you can come on Saturday, we go from 3 to 8. Whenever you can come on, then we'll make it happen. All right?
I will. Thanks for having me.
No, thank you for your time, and thanks for the initiative.
Sure, thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yes, people, you see, people like them, people like them, they make her heart full with pride and joy to know that she never had to do this, never had to do this. But she decides to watch her. I can't make my people them suffer. I'm going to go out there and I'm going to deal with the thing. Now we have Sasha Gear. Sasha Gear, I heard a story. Good night. Welcome to Come Reason with Rattigan, the program where people express themselves, them calling, them talk about all kinds of things, particularly the things that we talk about on a Saturday. But it's not limited to that, as I said, particularly. It's not limited to that. People can talk about anything. And we are pleased to have you on. You look healthy. You look like everything fine. But I know, because I heard the story, I know that there is a lot of turmoil, a lot of sadness, a lot of grief, a lot of disappointment going on there. And so rather than relate your story to the public, I'd rather have you do it so that they can hear it straight from your mouth. Tell us who you are and tell us where you are. Or no, better, don't tell us where you are. Just tell us who you are and tell us what happened during Melissa. And also what are your current plans. But don't tell us where you are. All right?
You're breaking up, Mr. Rattigan. I'm not hearing you clearly.
You can hear me? You can hear me? Yes? No?
where I'm at now, but I didn't hear anything.
Oh, the signal unstable. Can you hear me? The
Yes,
signal
it is.
unstable. Right, Prebe, go big up yourself. Sasha Gay, you can't hear me? Tell me yes, please. You can't hear me?
Yes, I'm
Right.
hearing you now.
Okay, no, I was giving you a wonderful introduction and look at me, I forgot to start over again. But can you hear me? Can you still hear me?
I'm hearing you, but you're in and
Yeah, you know what? I think it's I think it's your signal. I think it's unstable as well. Yeah, I think it's your signal. You, Sasha Gay.
yes.
All right, you can hear me. Yes. All right. I tell you what. If you can hear me, come out and return, please.
Rejoin.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Lots say, Kevin, where you there? Kevin, we have to fly Kevin in Jamaica. Make Kevin deal with the thing, you know. Yes, people. We're there another lovely Wednesday night. And we'll talk to our people about what's going on in Jamaica and how we can help the situation. We'll also focus a little bit on how we can critique what's going on and do so with the idea of having things change for the better. Oh, Sasha Gay. Okay, Strappy. Okay. She's not back yet, OT, right? No. Yeah, we have some videos we want to show you. And but I don't really want to get into it until we get. Okay, here she is. Oh, here she is. All right. How about now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Okay. All right. Let me just quickly say that you hail from the western part of Jamaica and you were severely affected by Melissa. And so we would like to hear your story. I heard the story, but I want to hear. Just don't tell us where you are right now because I'm not sure, if you know what I mean. But anyway, go ahead. Tell us what happened.
Okay, good night. I am Sasha Gay, and I'm from Darliston, Westmoreland, Chilton community to be exact. And my experience with Hurricane Melissa was a very horrific one. It's just so hard reliving it.
No, take your time. Take your time. Take your time. Take your time.
It all started at about some minutes after 2 p.m. Wind started, getting rough. It started raining, then the wind started getting, rougher and rougher. And it started getting gusty. But at that time when it started getting gusty, I was able to open and look outside because I was staying down by my grandma. I'm living in a board structure. So what I did was to pack my things up and leave because the meteorologist, they were saying, things like it is very catastrophic and the path that it is going to walk, I mean, it is going to be devastating, deadly and stuff like that. So to be honest, I was afraid. So my grandma, she lives in a concrete structure. So I packed my things up and I went there to see if I could pass the hurricane there. So it was 10 of us ended up being at that dwelling. And as I said, the wind started getting gusty. But so we started looking outside and we started seeing like the wind, blowing off, 1 and 2 sheets of zinc off, other person's house top. And to be honest, I thought that it was the peak of it. Didn't know that it was going to take a turn for the worst. When I said turn for the worst, I mean, it started bashing out windows. I mean, it got so gusty, I could not even see. And it was like 2:30, 3 o'clock in the day. And we could not see anything outside. It was white. And it started bashing out the windows. It break off doors. And my aunt at the time, because it was a concrete structure, as I said, she did not really prepare like to put up, the important documents like her birth certificate, her passport and stuff like that. So when the windows started bashing out, and water started coming in, she started running to see if she those important documents to put them away. And my grandma was laying on the bed. So the first windows that bashed out was the ones in the living room and the kitchen. And I guess that was when the pressure, the air pressure came in and hit and bashed out the window in the bedroom. But my grandmother, she's 81 years old, she was laying on the bed. And thanks be to God that when that window over her head bashed out, it went outside and not inwards, unless probably we would be planning our grandmother's funeral today. So we hurried her into the bathroom, because I remember before the hurricane hit, I was watching a meteorologist and he said that extent we should all go to the rush to the bathroom, because probably that is where we will be safe. So I remember that, and I said, listen to me, everybody head to the bathroom, And to be honest, Mr. Rattigan, I mean, the house started shaking. Shake, I mean, jerk, like an earthquake. And when we were there, my daughter started having a panic attack. I had was to put my grandma in the bathtub to sit down, and us as the younger ones, kind of surround her and we start the door to say, well, if anything should bash the door, probably we could get the hit first. You understand me? And we were there, and at one point in time, I looked in the living room and I saw the couch. It's a 3-piece couch, and they were going like this, round and round in circles in the living area. And at that time, the jerking of the house was still there, and everybody in the bathroom started crying. And I looked. No, my son was not crying. I was not crying, because when they started crying, I said to myself, no, but me can't cry. Me can't break down. I have to be strong. My son looked at me like, for confirmation, like he must say, you're not gonna cry, mommy, or that looked in his eyes, and he nodded his head. And at that time, I just look around for everybody in the bathroom, and I said, God, at the last time I go see my family, because the way of the place that shaped Mr. Rattigan, I think it was gonna cave in. And I just closed my eyes and cover my ears, and I was shaking like this, because it's like me I prepare for the building collapse and us inside there. And we were in there for quiet, probably about 20 minutes to 30 minutes, or probably more, until it subsided. But it didn't like calm right down, but the gusty wind was, and the air pressure was not there anymore, because the air pressure was so much. We had was to be covering our ears and yarning to see if the feeling could come out of your ears. Mr. Rattigan, to be honest, is a very horrific experience. Afterwards, when it subsided, as I told you, my son and my sister, no, my sister did not go up there at the time. It was my son and my aunt went out. Yes, my sister said that, yes, she went out as well and go up by my house, and then come back and they said to me, say, Shadia, I don't know how me I go tell her this, but no house not up there,
Wow.
Mr. William said no house no up there. He said yes, everything flat, no board house no left, every board house flat. And persons with concrete structure and like zinc roofs, I mean the roof and the windows gone. The deck, only and the deck house, all windows and probably few doors are left.
Mm.
Most of the windows then leak out. I mean, it is just in the morning when we woke up and we went outside, Mr. Ratty, everything brown. It was the wind was so a force. It lift the paint off the walls.
Mm.
The paint stripped off the walls. The bark off the trees are gone. No leaves are left on the trees. The place just looked brown. And as far as I could look, there was no house standing. In the community where I live, it's a couple hundred person lives there well. And probably it's about 6 to 7 concrete structure where that is in livable condition was still standing.
Mm.
And all the persons in that community, all the persons that are living in the community has to be staying with, you know, in one of those houses, in one of those houses.
Mm.
And then I thought that would be, you know, the worst of it. I was staying with my grandma, as I told you, because my house was flat. And to my surprise, they told me that I could not stay there anymore. I only have a month to stay there. And that was like probably a couple of days after the hurricane.
Who told you this?
My aunt.
So you couldn't stay with her?
I could not stay there with them, even though they know that I don't have anywhere to go.
Mm. Mm.
And I decided that, you know, I mean, I was distraught when they told me that I didn't sleep the night. I was like, what am I going to do now? You know, I have my kids. What am I going to do now? And my sister and I said, you know, we have to just go back up at the house and see if we can get a tarpaulin. And we have to just, because the mattress, everything, the one mattress that was there standing, it wet, it soaked. But there's no other option. We have to go lay down on it, you know. So we said if we could get 2 tarpaulin, you know, pull it over or whatever and sleep under there. Because nothing is standing there. So how my house was structured, we had like 2 counters. So I was thinking 2 island, right? So I was planning on pulling the tarpaulin over it, you know, and put the mattress underneath and sleep under there. And we passed the night. When my sister went up there, we were cleaning up the place, and a nail stuck her in her foot, started bleeding profusely. And I mean, I said to myself, say, she hurt now, you know, how no doctor, no nurse, because the roads are impassable. We can't reach to a doctor. The clinic that is there is no top on it, and everything get wet. So, you know, no sanitary, nothing sanitary is there to, you know, take care of her wounded foot. And I reached out to Mr. Marvin Edgar, and he told me that he's coming to get me. I must pack up everything when we can find, and he's coming to get me. And he came for us, and, you know, he came for us, and we are staying here with him, and he took us to the doctor. I don't know how to thank Mr. Edgar. I mean, he gave us hope that even though everything is lost there, you know, we can build better and stronger.
Mm-hmm.
He treats us more than family. I mean, you could never believe that we are total stranger to Mr. Edgar. I appreciate him.
Oh, Sasha, yeah, I don't know where to start, to be honest with you. I really don't know where to start to ask you more about your experience and ask you about the way forward. I know this Saturday we're having on Mr. Edgar, and you will be back with him as well. And if your
Yeah.
sister she care to join, then that's fine. But it's so all right. Let me start at this point. So you went back to the place, your house. And
Yes.
how long were you at your house before
I didn't stay long, one night.
one night?
Yes, we passed there one night.
Have you spoken to anyone in your community since?
Since,
Yeah.
yes, I have.
And what's the condition that they've reported to you?
I mean, it's the same old, same old. I mean, I even heard last night that a lady that lived next door to me, um, her name is Miss Hall. She died because of a result of the night of the hurricane. She was in her house, right? And when the top blew off, she was living there with two of her sons. Sorry. And when the top blew off, they rushed to a unfinished building next door to where they're living. And while rushing, broken a piece of board, broken board, pierced her legs, both legs, straight to the back. That's what they told me. And they were assuming she fell a broken back. She fell and they were assuming that she had a broken back. And she was there for 2 days before she could have gotten any help. And when the do got help, she was unresponsive. And I learned yesterday that she passed. When I spoke to when I called someone back there in the community, she told me that. And the situation there, I mean, they're saying that 1 and 2 persons, come inside the community to give like care packages and stuff. Before I left there were 2 helicopters that came to the Maud McLeod High School to deliver care packages, but it wasn't enough. It was, and Jerome Bacchus, that is the counselor for that Darliston division, he gave out some care packages as well.
I don't know if you can see the chat, but Kokichi Stalker, one of our supporters, is asking whether or not you know about any government recovery center that was established in your community to help.
No, I don't know of any. I don't know if Dayton has set up any since I left, but before I left, I don't know of any.
So, my mother used to tell me, where there's life, there's hope. And I sense that spirit within you, that spirit of hope.
Yes.
And see you smile, right? Yeah. Happy to see you smiling through these tragic circumstances.
Very traumatizing for real, because
yeah.
Sometimes, even today, I was here sitting down and I was looking through the window, and it got cloudy, and I had was to move. It's like bring back so much memory. I'm still traumatized. I mean, I don't like to see the rain. I don't like to see wind.
Yeah,
I don't like it.
We have what we call like a resident psychologist around here, and we're trying to get. She was here just before the hurricane, or maybe right after. Yeah, I think she came right after. But we're gonna have her come back, and that would be a good program for you to come on as well to participate in the chat. And also, I'd like to link you with her so that she can actually talk to you offline, you and your family members, and provide some kind of counseling. We're gonna try and make. And I don't know if she's watching, but Michelle, if you're watching, we're going to have you on this Saturday. So stay tuned.
Thank you.
I'm still processing everything you just said to me, and I'm trying to. You know, I can never walk in your shoes. I tried a while ago, and it was horrifying just to your description of it. Your description is more than just a normal description, because the way you describe it, your choice of words and your inflection and everything like that, it conveyed the meaning, so that even if somebody didn't know about it, they could actually feel it and to some degree experiencing it the way you described it. What's your profession? What did you do for a living before this?
I'm a cosmetologist. I'm a hairdresser.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, you sound like a cosmetologist, and you sound better than a cosmetologist. I thought you were gonna tell me that you were like a teacher, or you're some kind of profession. You know, not that a cosmetologist is not a profession, but
I do understand.
you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Your selection of words in the English language is very, very commendable.
Thank you.
I like it. I like it. So talk to me now, Sasha, again. Tell me where, and I know it's kind of early. But I just want to delve a little bit deeper and to see how far you're thinking. Where is Sasha Gay 2 years from now?
Sasha Gay 2 years from now. I don't think I'll be living in Jamaica for sure.
Why?
Because knowing, you know, I am a part of Mr. Edgar's investment.
Okay. Yeah.
Right. So
Mhm.
even though I've lost, I know that things will turn. You know, things will turn. It's just a matter of time.
Before I get any further, and people say you look like a teacher. They thought you were a teacher. Somebody said you're very polished. Somebody said they thought you were a nurse. They said intelligent. They love your personality and your demeanor. Yeah, well, I'm big
Thank you. Thank you.
And just the fact that you can laugh through all of this.
Yes, thanks to Mr. Edgar. I mean, he had, what would I say now? He talks to me like, I'm looking for a word. He doesn't give us the time to be sad. You know, for us to be reliving what we had gone through. You know, I can't even, I'm trying to find a word, but it's not coming to me right now. But to be honest, whatever you're seeing here now, the smile on my face, thanks to Mr. Edgar.
Well, look, I just hope we can make that smile a little bit broader and wider come Saturday, because I see people in the chat said they'd like to help in some way. Freedom Project Jamaica, and some others. So I really want to have you back on Saturday. I know Marvin, or Mr. Edgar, as you call him, he is committed to being on Saturday. He said he didn't want to take up the space tonight because he wanted you to relate your story. He didn't want to talk for you. I tell him, say, we don't want him to talk for you either. But tell him to go sit down. No, is there what's on your mind right now? What are you thinking? No, better yet. Let me ask you. Now that you have a roof over your head and you're not looking up at the stars, what do you think, especially at night? What do you think?
To be honest, I feel privileged, but I am still saddened for the persons in my community. Sometimes I am eating and I'm wondering what they are eating, because it is a community where we are very close knitted, you know, very close knitted. And I don't think that the people there really knows what is happening. They don't. To be honest, I don't think they know.
The people there where? In the community or in
In the
Jamaica?
community of Chilton, yes, in the community of Chilton, or down there. I mean, overall in Westmoreland, you know, I don't think they really understand or know the magnitude of, you know, what is happening here.
Mm.
So my heart really cries out for them, you know. And you have some persons there as well. They're not lucky enough. They don't have persons who can overseas to say, well, okay, I can give you a helping hand, or, you know, some people just don't have anybody, nobody at all. And it's not like they're at the working age. You understand me, to say, well, okay, they can pick up the pieces. I just can't wait for, you know, whatever it is in the investments or whatever it is. I can't wait for it to turn to help them, you know. I can't wait for it, because I will help. I will help because they need it.
Yeah, Larkin, why you tune in Saturday now, because Sasha Gale come back and we'll look to you for some help. Sasha Gale, tell me if this is too hard for you. I want to ask you about the conditions before Melissa. And when I say conditions, I wanna ask you about, when was the first time you heard about the hurricane, and how much warning did you receive, and how many times did the warning change, and what kind of instructions did you as a community that are Western Jamaica receive as to where to go in terms of shelter? If you don't feel comfortable answering any of those questions,
I can answer. I can answer.
okay.
I've heard the hurricane. I think it was about 2 weeks that it to from it developed. Yes, from it developed in the water. We've been hearing about it, but we didn't know exactly where it was going, because I mean the report, you know, it's like it what would I say now? It was so long out there in the waters. To be honest, I wasn't even following up with it until probably about it. Oh, my sister is saying it wasn't consistent in the path where it was going. So it's like we weren't, you know, I mean, so interested in, you know, tuning in until probably about 2 weeks before the hurricane hit.
Paying attention to it until about 2 to 3 days prior to the hurricane.
Well, my sister is saying that she was paying attention until probably about 2 to 3 days prior to the hurricane.
Okay.
But I wasn't, to be honest, I wasn't. But my sister said that she was paying attention to it.
Okay.
Yes.
We didn't expect it to pass
So
But
we didn't expect it to come.
the information that we were getting is that it wasn't going to come Westmoreland, and it was going to hit Kingston. That was what we heard.
how many days out?
I think it was about 2 days. About 2 days.
All right.
That is,
When was the first time you received information indicating that it was going to be catastrophic and people should move into shelters?
Into that 2 days.
within the 2 days period.
And they were
Did they-
saying we must leave Jamaica. That's what they were saying, we must get off the island.
Oh, they said they should. Okay. The shelter. Let's talk about the shelter. So now you receive. Now you know that, okay, this thing is big and it's coming our way, and the government is out there having 2, I think sometimes 3 press conferences a day, telling people that this thing is coming and we are preparing. And at one point they said we are prepared. when they said prepare, they were also referring to shelters.
Yes.
Did they identify a shelter in your area?
Yes, they did.
It was a Darlington.
And what was that shelter?
Darlington Primary School and the Maud McLeod High School.
Okay.
And yes, that is in my community.
But the Darlington
Okay.
doesn't make any sense because if you're living in a board structure with no, if you're living in a board structure with a zinc top, and they're telling you to move from that structure, why would they send you to a school with zinc top? It makes no sense.
Ah, you have some good advisors there, man.
My sister, but she's not really, a phone like
I know.
spotlight person. Yes.
But we understand what she's saying. She's saying, look, if where you're sending us is no better than where we are, then why should we move? There's no
Exactly.
incentive.
Because
Okay.
a girl that named Sophia Clark, she died in the shelter because of it caving on her.
Wow.
So it makes no sense.
You
And
know,
during that time when the top blew off, persons had got to be running out in the height of the hurricane.
you know, and the shelters that they identified, these two schools, do you know if they had provisions in there for people like food, toiletries?
That we don't know.
Are you in touch with anyone who was in that shelter, in those two shelters, or anyone else?
No.
Okay.
I know persons, but I'm not in touch with them. I know
Yeah.
persons who, yes.
So you knew about the hurricane coming. They issued the warnings. They identified the shelters, but then the shelters, they weren't suitable enough because they're no different than where you were.
And to be honest, nobody could prepare for that hurricane because nobody would expect a hurricane to flatten your house. You expect it to take your roof, but not the entire house.
Exactly, because that is, to be honest, Mr. Rattigan, I thought that yes, my roof would have gone, but not the house, the whole entire house.
Mhm.
A hurricane of that magnitude that is going to take your house. Nobody can prepare for that.
If the hurricane spent probably 10 to 15 more minutes, even the wall house gave in, would crumble.
And the next thing that they're doing, the amount of death in the area because they are not telling the truth. There are so many people died there that it's not even funny. And they are lying about it. I don't know why. Right now, there's a curfew in this woman, and they're saying that if you be outside, they're going to lock you up. So we're going to leave our most people outside. So it's about
Well, look, it's been 2 weeks now, right? It's been 2 weeks. Do you know? I know you haven't been in touch with a lot of people, but for those with whom you have contact or through, direct or second hand or third hand, do you know if supplies are actually reaching the community now or not?
Hardly. No, hardly. As I told you, I know about my son is still there. And he hasn't gotten any supplies.
So what's he doing now?
He has some things to take care of. And he's supposed to join us here. But he has some things taken care of, and he said that as soon as he's finished, he will be coming up.
Your business, did you operate out of your house or did you rent a structure?
I was doing my business at my house. I had a salon, but that's a long story. But I was doing my business, my hairdressing business.
Yeah, do you have your supplies? Do you have your equipment and all that with you?
All everything.
blow away everything.
Ratty, the people have lose everything. Blessing still followers. The people lose everything. Then come in and one suit of clothes. One, me pick them up in a.
Uh-huh.
That's it. Them nothing.
Well,
Nothing. It's like a bomb dropped down there, like one big old bomb.
let me just say that. No, don't move. Let me just say that I had the
No,
opportunity to Marvin recently, and he described the situation. But I tell you, hearing it from somebody who actually went through it,
yep.
you know, it's a different feeling. Because when you were telling us, Marvin, we said, yeah, it's rough, and yeah, we kind of understand. But no, when I hear from Sasha Gay, it's like, whoa, it really, when you start describing a concrete structure, start shaking as if, it'll go blow away too. And then have to run to the bathroom and all of that. But, people, we have to give thanks and praise to the Almighty, and we also have to give thanks and praise for him to bring us somebody like Marvin, because not a lot of people do what Marvin has done and is doing. Marvin no stop. Marvin is like what them call it, the battery, the
the bunny, the energizer.
Yeah. Every time to talk. How many times have you been out to that? About 2 times, at least 2 times.
About 4 times. Been there 4 times.
There you go, people.
And today I was actually at Price Mart. I went to buy 30 cases of water. Again, and we're trying to get some supplies because the Chinese Benevolent Association, I pretty much have partnered with them in taking supplies down. And I know a number of other persons have been sending stuff. Today I got an anonymous donor. Well, I'm saying anonymous because she wants to remain anonymous, but she's Guyanese. She's in the US, and she said she came across my video, and she was very impressed with what I've been doing, and she doesn't want to send her money to anybody. She felt comfortable sending me $1,000 US. She sent today, and I still wanted to send shout out if she's seeing this, that I appreciate the offer. And there are a number of other persons who have offered clothes. Some people want to cook some food. There are people who don't have the money, but they have the heart, and they're doing other kind things. So they give clothes, they give whatever they can find around the house. For me, it's good that people are trying to get things to the persons who are there, Rattigan, but protocols have not been followed. Persons should have been evacuated from the area, be cared for. That's a standard protocol. I mean, you don't have to have a degree to know that should have been the first thing, and then to have the persons who are deploying the resources, they would not be distracted with persons down there, as well as the areas that are marooned. If we had evacuated all the persons found, then the persons who are bringing the rescue effort would have just focused on the maroon areas, and we would not be in 2 weeks still having areas where people are marooned. It's just rubbish. It's stupid. The planning to see how this government executed their plans for the election. They have indoor workers, outdoor workers. They have runners, meaning people who they put in vehicles and pay to go and pick up the very weak and crippled just to come and vote. They had everybody. They had councillors. They have MPs. So these people, they know what they're doing in terms of reaching every single person when it's time for election. But now, in a disaster of this magnitude, it's not the entire country that's devastated. I mean, it's just pure common sense for you to utilize the same energy and human resource in getting to every single person down there. Pull the councillors from the parishes that are not affected. Pull the runners, pull your people, and get them down there, because they know the areas. Every councillor know every area, so they can tell you which community got aid from which community is marooned. And if we have done it like that, we would have covered everywhere already. More than enough help, monetary help, human help, and then you have the rest of it's like 2 Jamaica we have now. You have the half of Jamaica where a party, a go to school and still do everything, while the other half we still have people marooned, people who are still submerged underwater, and we have a government with I mean, it's just crazy. So this is not just Marvin analysis. We now have reputable bodies, JFJ, Jamaicans for Justice. just put out an article asking for an audit on the monies received. Yeah, and now we also have the private sector organization coupled with I think the commerce people who put a joint letter demanding transparency into what into the monies that are in the country and the relief efforts, because the amount of relief that is here, it is still shocking as to why is it people are still marooned. It's not the entire country. Why we still have people who are not being fed, although found. Why is it the shelters are without generators, are without beds, are without food? Why all these things, yet all these monies are coming in? The truth is, prior to the storm, there were civil servants who were not paid. The country is broke. The government is broke. Could it be? We're not saying this is the case, but could it be that the government is now using these funds to stash away so that he can cover for their lack of incompetence? Their incompetence of not having enough money in budget to basically take care of the country. When Andrew Onis flew to Black River and they went to the hospital, the video is out there. He asked the nurse and the people who is, how are you doing? How you mean, how you doing? Oh, you mean, how you doing? We just survived a horrific night. I remember one of the nurses said, we don't even know how our family are doing because our children, we don't know because they were not there with them. These people don't even know if their kids died. There are so many people who are currently dead, on the rubble, marooned, ignored. I put out a video where the United Cajun, C-A-J-U-N, the United Cajun Navy official people, they have a page on TikTok. Go and look it up. These guys reached out to the government of Jamaica before the storm hit to say, we are available. All we need is clearance. We don't need no money from you. We just want to be there to do rescue effort. They said that we have helicopters, we have airplanes, we have the 50-star search and rescue, we have the 20-star search and rescue. The video is there. The guy who was being interviewed is an ex-Navy guy. His name is AJ Fraser, being interviewed by CBS, I think. And he's saying we have what is needed, and we know that people are going to die. He spoke about it. And all he was saying 3 times, he made reference to it in the video that all we need is clearance from the government. The Jamaican government did not give these guys clearance. And how I know that they didn't get clearance is that 9 days after the storm, you had one of their members saying, listen, y'all need to get off your asses. I had to paddle on a refrigerator to get to these people who are submerged underwater. That's it. So if 9 days later, a member of this team is saying, I had to use a refrigerator, and paddle my way to these people who are marooned and underwater, you all could have done it. It means that the government did not give them the clearance that they needed to get their people in. So it leads you down a rabbit hole where you want to build a smart city, or you didn't say smart, but you want to build a new city. Yeah, you want to build a new city. The parish chosen by your people is St. Elizabeth. Could it be that the government actually is deliberate in their response so that the more people who die, then the less people we have to pay for their land and houses and properties and stuff? Because you could not just put a brand new city on an existing city. It don't make no sense. You, the government, have the right to take people off their land based on the dirty constitution. They have the right to remove you if they want the land to use. But the law affords where the owners or the holders of that property can make a request or an offer for the property. The government don't have to honor the offer. They can give you what they feel to give you. These are the dirty laws that doesn't protect the average Jamaican. And this is why we need a new constitution that can protect the people. If we had a new constitution that made people a Jamaican a land owner, ONWA, a owner, yeah, as opposed to a holder, HOLDER. When you look at your land title, it says you're a land holder. You're not a land owner. So these people who are staying in St. Elizabeth, refusing to leave because they don't want the government to take their land, if the government wanted, they're going to take it, whether we like it or not. And they're going to take it because they have their 2030 agenda to put their brand new smart city and their digital stuff. People are dying. People are marooned. The food is not reaching enough people. For some reason, I don't know. We don't have a day-to-day report to say, okay, we had 50 communities in St. Elizabeth, 35 in Westmoreland. These 30 communities have enough aid to last them for the next 2 weeks, and we're doing it. There's no report to say who got what, where we are, which means that there's no proper preparation.
All right. Here's what we have to mark, because we have a we have a program lined up for Saturday, and
Yeah,
and get another time, because I know you have a lot of issues that you are a lot of issues emanating from this one event, a lot of issues that you can point to and say this needs to be fixed, that needs to be fixed, and so on and so forth. But let's put that to the side for Saturday. What I want to do now, I want to ask Sasha Gay, ask Marvin a question that you want to ask him. Any question, ask him.
I don't know. Have any question you want to ask Marvin?
Rattigan.
No,
I know that
Marvin.
people.
Marvin, hold on. Sasha, you go ask you a question. Why you ask him a question, Sasha? Ask him any question. Any question you feel like asking. I can tell you what question I am thinking of asking if I were in your shoes. And I think you know. I think you know the question I would ask him. I think you know. You don't know?
No, but
Right.
you want to hear my question?
Please go ahead.
Why is your heart so big?
Exactly. That is exactly what I'm asking. Why, Marvin? Why? That's exactly. We can't hear you, Marvin.
Sorry. I'm saying I have a natural love for my people, and I don't need to prove that. Before the hurricane, for those who know me know that I've been going around Jamaica identifying issues where persons' voices cannot be heard, and I voice their opinions. I stand for them. I defend my people. When you check my work, you realize that I was not waiting for a storm to be a humanitarian, to be a Jamaican at heart. A long time I do this, and I do not use government money. I use my own money out of my own pocket to feed my people, to provide for my people. I don't ask somebody for nothing, I don't ask nobody for nothing. Because people are skeptical as to who them give them stuff. I use my money. And this is why when somebody reach out to me and say, Marvin, I sold you $100 or me sell you $1,000. But I am very grateful because I don't ask people for nothing. But it pains my heart when people take millions of dollars and send to a government who is hoarding this money that is for them. It's not for me, it's for them. And you're like, why would the government not use the money that was sent to help the people? You're hoarding it. Why are you hoarding it? The people need it. People are hungry. There are videos where people are bald. I am out there begging people to send mattress and stuff for the people in Catherine Hall in Montego Bay, because the mud come in from the people and feet of mud, not little bit of mud, feet. Because where they are, they're facing a construction site by the Chinese, where when the storm came, all the rubble and stuff was washed and blew right into their homes. When you look at mud, I drove down there, and I'm telling you, if your heart is not strong, you're going to cry. You look at people's furniture, you don't know it different from mud. The entire house is mud. They're walking around it in water boots. All they need, them still have a roof because it's concrete, but they need something to sleep on. These people are not sleeping because they don't have no bed. How you don't have any bed? That's easy for the government to buy. That's easy because you have enough money to do that now. and stop putting pressure on the citizens who are taking out the little that they have. They carry down there so every minute because we are trying to help the people who are coming on the videos crying, the babies without clothes, the babies without pampers. It's really sad. It's sad.
We could leave that piece there, Marvin, till Saturday. We leave that piece there till Saturday. All right. Sasha Gear, you have a good Samaritan there, you know, and truly, I know a lot of people say Marvin loud and Marvin this and that, but Marvin is authentic. What you see is what you get, and you can feel it. You can feel it when Marvin thought that he's not doing this. He's not doing this to highlight Marvin Edgar.
True.
Of his people, and so we have to applaud him on that, you know. And I'm looking forward to having both of you, and hopefully your sister will muster up enough courage to join us as well, because I hear in the background
Full about you, full about.
it fills my heart to just see your wonderful smile and just the pouring of love and the camaraderie and all of that, knowing that you're in a safe place and you're in the hands of a godsend. And we want you to come on Saturday, because I'm telling you, I'm touched, and I'm going to do everything possible to make sure you get back on your feet.
Thank you. I
deserve it. Everybody deserves it, but I'm telling you, I just sense in your warmth, a giving spirit that you get back on your feet and you're going to reach out to your community and go and help somebody. That's what we want. Each one will help one. That's what I may help you. You don't have to help me, but that's not help somebody else. And that's what we're talking about. So before you go, any words you want to leave with us? You can talk to your counselors beside it and see if they want to.
Well, what is for the government and the person who have the ability to help, just to help. We know that the food are important, but even to start a one room for the people and a bathroom that they can have somewhere to lay there at night and feel safe. So that's what I would like them to do for the community or the whole entire
areas
that were affected by the hurricane, just to give them a start. You are not saying you have to build a concrete structure or you have to give them a big house or anything, but just even to help them with a tile room that they can feel safe at night. They have somewhere to live at night. You know that a lot of people saying that people don't live.
Can't hear her.
And there's a compassion about what you're saying people must stop sitting over the rubbish and clean up. Some people don't have the energy. Some people don't have the willpower because they are looking at their life savings gone in less than 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And meanwhile, you're there and you're having a house and you're saying that all the people that need, they're not waiting for the government to do everything, but even to give a little hand, to give them even one room so that they can live and try to start a new life, try to start a new page, to build from somewhere. Because you're outside, it's kind of hard.
And I have something to add to that. Persons in this time to just, stop being insensitive and inhumane. Have a little compassion for people, empathize and, just give with a willing heart. Sometimes probably you don't even have, monetary contribution or whatever, but if it's even an encouraging word, because persons are going through a lot.
And if somebody can do the adopt a family for the moment just to help out.
Yes, they can do that. Nice. Yes, follow Mr. Edgar's footstep. Yes, that would warm someone's heart.
All right. Well, but it was an eye opener, because like somebody said to me, I've never experienced a category 5. Very few people actually have experienced a category 5, and some people, they didn't live to tell the tale. Thankfully, God spared your lives, and you and your family members can talk
Yeah.
about it. And I'm touched. I'm really, really touched. And I look forward to having you this Saturday. You, you know, by yourself or with your family members, and of course with Marvin. So we'll just finalize the time. We know that it's going to be this Saturday,
Okay.
and then we'll get into a little bit more concerning the assistance that people can provide to help in this time of need. So I want to thank you again for joining us.
And thanks for having me.
Yeah, and thanks for your positivity. You have a wonderful smile. I don't know if people will tell you, and you just have a pleasant disposition, you know.
Thank you. People always tell me that.
All right. So Sasha Gay, take care of yourself. Nice meeting you. See you soon.
Thanks, and same to you. Enjoy the rest of your night.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Yeah. Whoa. That was a lot, you know. There was a lot to process. And now, from now until the program on Saturday, I'll be thinking about Sasha Gay and her family members, Marvin, and the rest of the people affected by it. You know, it's one thing when you say, yeah, you know, we say prayers for the people affected. But it's a different feeling when you actually know. When I say know, meaning that you've seen the people. It's not just it's not an abstraction, you know, where you just say, yeah, I'm a prayer for everybody. It's no, when you look and you see these survivors and their faces are imprinted in your head, in your heart, and in your soul. And just want to thank God for sparing the lives of those who are with us to talk about their experience. And also to express my condolences on behalf of everyone concerning the people whose souls have taken flight. As some preachers would say, they're now in a better place. So we'll talk more about that this Saturday. All right. So OT put up a whole bunch of videos. I don't know where to start. OT, tell me where to start. Which one should I play? We finished with the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. I don't even want to touch that right now. Just want to talk about Melissa.
For Jamaica's post-hurricane devastation through satellite imagery analysis.
Black River here in the bottom right of the screen. On the Copernicus browser site, lets you stream Sentinel satellite imagery. On the left, you're seeing Jamaica after Hurricane Melissa, and on the right, that's the Jamaican landscape before the storm on October 20th. The comparison there is pretty stark, and the reason it looks so different is that the Category 5 wind speed either flattened all the trees or took every single leafed branch off of them. So the reason that the land looks brown over here is there just aren't any leaves on it anymore to produce a green appearance. The area that you're looking here is essentially where the eye wall of the storm came ashore, and it's actually possible to see the eye of the storm. This is an October 28th image from the Sentinel satellite as well. You can actually see down through the eye to where sunlight is hitting the ocean there. So the eye was so well developed that it was a straight clear shot down into the ocean. In fact, you can see the shadow from the clouds actually covering part of the water there. So the area that started off looking at there received essentially the most direct and most devastating impact from the storm. I've not seen anything like this. I don't study hurricane damage specifically, but there aren't that many Category 5 storms that make landfalls like this. And just the scale of the change here as a result of completely getting rid of all the leaf trees, absolutely unbelievable. You still see some green down here in low-lying areas, sort of agricultural fields, places like that. But if you zoom out here in the image, the pattern really just keeps going. And in fact, we can set it up here where we have sort of half brown and half green. So we'll go back again to October 20th there. That's before the storm, and then that's afterwards. So just about half of the visible portion of Jamaica there had sufficient impact to vegetation to quite literally make it look brown all the way from outer space. So if you have wondered what the actual scale of the storm's impact here on the island of Jamaica was, it quite literally changes the way that it looks from orbit. Absolutely devastating, and certainly something that's going to take quite a while to recover from here. The areas in the eastern part of the island were what we were most concerned about in terms of landsliding. They received a lot of precipitation, but that really did not pan out, of course, fortunately for the folks living there. But here in the western part of the island, where you have those really, really extreme impacts, in addition to the wind damage, there's a specific type of flooding and water concern that you get that's a result of the landscape here. I had a viewer question about it. The area that you're looking down on is referred to as the cock country. That's a term that's used worldwide, but it's really synonymous with this landscape in Jamaica. And actually, you can see as we zoom in here, there's sort of an unusual pattern in the landscape there. You have some green, that's actually trees that are still intact with their leaves, mixed in with that totally stripped brown landscape. We'll do a before after on this one here real quick as well. It used to be an absolute sort of impenetrable forest. There's very little development of any kind in this part of Jamaica. In fact, this is a protected area, has a lot to do with water supply for the island, has a lot of cultural significance. It's actually a UNESCO World Heritage location because it is so geologically unique and biodiverse. So it got a huge impact here. And the fact that you see little bits of trees there preserved in certain spots actually is a product of the specific geology that dictates what the landscape looks like here. So we wanted to talk about what that looks like, talk about the geology behind it, and also get into some of the water-related issues that we may see here as a result of the storm. Right now in the middle of the screen, there's an area of standing water there, sort of a flooded area that normally would not be covered with standing water. And the fact that hasn't drained away tells you that's kind of a low area, kind of a closed depression. We're going to use this 3D viewer here that comes with this Copernicus browser. It does have an elevation model in it. It's not terribly high detail, but it's going to give us a sense of how sort of lumpy and knobby this landscape is. Cockpit in the sense of like fighting roosters is like the depression, that you put them down in so they fight each other. That's referring to these little closed depressions that can fill with water, but otherwise they make just a really intense, sort of complicated, confused landscape. Normally, surface water would fall and drain down into those holes. That's actually also a product of their geology that we're about to sketch out and paint. But if you overwhelm that system with tremendous rainfall like we saw here, you can sort of back it up and end up ponding water like we saw. In this particular area, because it is pristine and it's protected, that's not so much of an issue. But this style of landscape is prevalent over huge areas of Jamaica. That is a pretty big issue in areas where there are a lot of people living, because that ponding of water, and then as that water drains away, the fact that it moves around pretty easily in the subsurface means that whatever's on the land surface can get down underground and can interact with water that people might be looking to pull out and use for drinking water. So we'll take a look at what that actually looks like on the landscape after we sketch out what's down under here, because this is, again, it's quite literally like a globally recognized type of landform, and it covers vast areas of the landscape in Jamaica. We'll actually pull it back to the 2D there, the straight up and down. If you zoom out here, a large part of the middle of the screen there would actually be sort of this technically defined cockpit country. And again, you see that same style of landscape just covering huge areas. And in fact, you can see in some of those areas how the trees survived on the sheltered side of sort of the little knobby hills. Sometimes they're like ridges, but a lot of times they're almost like conical hills. So what's behind this landscape, and why does it matter in terms of standing water or any kind of sort of flooding high water situation where you end up getting water around buildings and structures and then getting that down underground? Going to hop out here, draw it up in paint, and then we'll come back to the imagery here. Hang on just a minute. Okay, so if we're going to sketch this out in paint here, probably going to have our work cut out for us, because that cockpit style landscape is incredibly complex, and we'll do our best to sort of qualitatively illustrate it, I guess you would say, leave off a few details, but we should be able to get the point across, because it certainly is a landscape. It is a very direct expression of what's down underneath the ground surface. And right here on the right side of the illustration, this is going to be the easy part, because this is going to be a landscape that has sort of the typical ridges and valleys with surface streams flowing through them that you would expect to see, of course, in many parts of the world, and specifically in parts of the world that are not dominated by a limestone geology. And when you get that limestone working into it, like we're going to see on the majority of the drawing here, things get pretty complex, at least in a tropical setting like Jamaica. So we got our surface stream side figured out there. We'll actually go ahead and draw a couple of those surface streams on there, so you could go down, swim in these rivers, fish in them, no problem, right? Just sort of what you would typically expect. Now, rest of the image here, again, it's going to get complex, because we're going to have to draw a whole lot of these little conical hills, and some of them we could almost let them like stretch out into maybe little ridge type shapes, but most of them, for the sake of illustration, just to emphasize the contrast, they're going to be sort of like these little gumdrop shaped hills. If you're old enough, you might say they look kind of like a Pac-Man ghost by the way I'm drawing them here. I won't be offended if you tell me that. And we still got plenty of them to go, because I want to essentially cover these landscapes with patterns like this. Whew, hands getting tired already. If you did this absolutely correctly, they would be arranged almost in sort of slightly geometric patterns that would be very subtle. Like you'd be able to see the pattern if you knew to look for it, but it would not absolutely dominate the image. And in between all of these little gumdrop hills, you're going to have what's essentially the equivalent of almost like a sinkhole. It's going to be a low area, sort of like a basin in the landscape. Water could come into it, but water can't flow out on the surface. So what happens to the water, we're about to get there. And that's actually the reason that a place like this tends to be worthy of a little bit of extra attention when you have a big flooding event. Okay, so there's our crazy lumpy cockpit landscape there. And now, last touch, going to need a little bit of geology down here to explain why this looks like this. Let's see, we'll do something like that. And Jamaica is, talked about in the last video I did, an incredibly geologically complex landscape. In fact, just about as complex as you want to see or find anywhere on Earth. First thing we'll mark up here, that's going to be our limestone in Jamaica. Most of what you hear about is the white limestone, and down underneath it there's a layer called the yellow limestone. We're just going to run it all as one color here for simplicity, but I think the white limestone is one that is most associated with the really extreme cockpit type topography. And then we got these faults here that have kind of shifted our layers past each other just a little bit, right? So anywhere you got the limestone here on the surface, you got that particular style of landscape. And really the essence of that is the fact that, particularly in tropical climates, but really anywhere on Earth's surface, because of the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, limestone dissolves over time. It's calcium carbonate. It's very different chemically from rocks that are based around silica, and that dissolving behavior allows the landscape to kind of waste away and lower away without surface physical erosion. So what happens when water falls on it? Well, that dissolving behavior doesn't stop at the land surface, and down underneath the land surface you have all these caverns and caves and passages and things like that, and it's down through these subsurface open spaces that water that ends up on the land surface ends up traveling. All right, so we have some water. We'll actually make that a little bit thicker, but it'll be easier to see. So you can have something like situation we're looking at there, where you've got water coming from the land surface and getting down into these underground passages and literally moving through big open spaces, essentially almost like underground rivers, and then that pops out on the land surface as a spring, like you see right there. Some people have said that the cockpit style of landscape, you get that when basically there's like a big collapse of an underground cave system. So you'd see something like this. So we're going to collapse that surface there, and we'll fill that shape in. Other folks say that it's basically purely like a dissolving behavior. There seems to be no consensus, but one way or the other, what we're showing here in terms of water movement actually down under the land surface with hundreds, thousands, whatever of these little surface collection points and basically drains to get down into that subsurface system is what really dominates the behavior of that type of a landscape. So there is water there. It's just down underground, and when you have a rain event, instead of running down the surface and into a surface stream, you get that sort of collection and soaking down into those subsurface passages. So what happens when you have a big Melissa type storm? You end up ponding a bunch of almost surface flood water in places. Now, if those places are pristine and undeveloped, that's not so much of a problem. If there's a lot of surface land use, habitation, things like that, you wash material that you don't want in the water into essentially those drain type sinkholes, and that moves around down there, and that ends up popping out as springs elsewhere in the landscape. And you can have all kinds of weird, complicated patterns here in a landscape like this. You might have a small surface channel looking like it flows straight into a hillside, and all it's doing is coming underground and linking up with one of these underground passages. And you can actually see that pretty clearly in a location like the one you see here. You got that brown flood water. It is sort of backed up against kind of like a ridge right there. It's obvious that water is draining in the direction that it's collected there. There's not a surface stream out of there, so fundamentally it's going to have to drain underground to somehow make its way downhill out of this system and all the way down into the ocean. So the concern in an event like this is that you pond up a whole bunch of contaminated flood water on the surface, and then that's going to get down into those subsurface resources where it can move pretty quickly. And then that's going to end up coming out in the places like the springs down there. And of course, you're going to have people living around places like that wanting to make use of those water resources. One of the reasons that the cockpit country is protected is because what we've illustrated here, it's such a powerful water recharge area that you want to keep it conserved so you don't put bad stuff into those subsurface resources. Water moves pretty fast underground in limestone terrain like this, and it doesn't have as much of a natural filtering process like you might get in really tightly fractured bedrock where the groundwater movement is much slower. So conserving those resources is important. Jamaica's done a pretty good job with that in the cockpit area, but that style of landscape is present in many spots where there are people living and there is land use, kind of like you see here. So the reason that water is so brown is it's picked up agricultural runoff and whatever else. So keeping this in mind is important, and it's definitely a concern. And I wouldn't be at all surprised if there are water contamination issues already ongoing that will sort of continue down the road. The landscape here, we really emphasize the layering here, almost like the passages are sort of trying to follow that trend of the layering. All of this bedrock is also cracked and fractured. That's a result of tectonic processes, and those fractures cut across the layers And those fractures likely produce sort of like a grain, almost like an alignment or a pattern, like we're talking about within the cockpits there. So it's a really fascinating landscape. But at the end of the day, what you have to remember about it is that there's not a lot of surface rivers on it because of all the river activity is basically down underneath the land surface. And it's just absolutely loaded with these draining features. So big runoff events are potentially a concern in locations like this, and even more so than they are in scenarios like this one on the right on the different rock, where so much of the water movement on the surface is really fast. You get the runoff event that's over, and the deeper groundwater doesn't really have that interaction with the surface water. So we'll take it back to the maps here, look at a couple more of these kind of ponding examples. And also take a closer look at some of the really intense wind damage, because when you do that, you really start to get a sense of just how severe this event has been. So hang on just a minute. Okay, so when you see this ponded water on the landscape with all of these little elevated areas rising up out of it, you can sort of think of the idea of what we've portrayed here as being a drainage system that's overwhelmed. What I've drafted in here is a wind direction, and you see the green preserved here on sort of the downwind sides of the hills. That's what explains the pattern that you see throughout a lot of the landscape. This is west of our flooded image, sort of in the true cockpit country. You only see tree preservation on one side of the little knob hills, sort of running down into those depressions. And in this particular case, you had that wind direction there, and you have sort of a sheltering effect where you do still have some of the leaf cover on the landscape. So this storm, was so intense that without physical sheltering from a ridge, it absolutely stripped every bit of leaf vegetation off of any kind of an elevated area. In terms of the water ponding on the landscape, this NOAA high resolution imagery does a really good job of showing what that looks like. You have houses here that would have been built in what would have been a dry, just low area in the landscape. And that has ponded floodwater here, inundated the houses, which have also lost their roofs. Something underwater there, that might be a submerged vehicle. You've got kind of a slick on the surface of the water here. All kinds of debris. I mean, this water is a health hazard at this point on the surface, and once that gets down into the subsurface, through the paths here that we have illustrated, it's going to cause additional problems there. And I have an idea that we may end up hearing about issues with health related to water contamination. And when you look at this landscape, I mean, it's tornado-like damage. The winds with the hurricane were the equivalent of a very violent tornado, as we would describe it here in the U.S. You're just seeing that damage over a much larger area of the map. A lot of tree blowdown, and the trees that are still standing, like we've seen, are completely stripped of leaves. I don't know what happens to those trees at this point. I don't know if they die, if they recover, how that works in a place like Jamaica with sort of a tropical climate. We take it down here to the south coast, really sort of where the eye wall came ashore. We can flip our imagery around here just a little bit and look at some of that earliest imagery that came out. The intensity of the damage down here is even greater. If you zoom in closely, again, you can see trees either flattened or completely stripped. And the structural damage here, we can find some buildings to look at. Again, it's even more intense than what we saw just a moment ago on the north side of the island, because this is really where the full force of the storm was first felt during landfall. So the scale of the recovery here and what these folks are dealing with, it's hard to believe. I mean, you get some sense of it when you see news coverage from the ground, but when you're able to capture it really from this satellite perspective and actually see the fact that you're looking at that type of effect over a pretty large part of the western half of the island, it really sinks in that this was an absolutely monumental disaster that occurred here. And Jamaica is going to need a lot of support for quite a while to get things back on track. I don't think anyone has an idea of how long that's going to take. I don't know how long it will take the vegetation to recover, but it's likely that, for many years to come, you're going to see traces of this event in the landscape. And if you look at some of the satellite imagery that was collected, right after the storm passed, if you look at just the outline of the island, just the disturbance in the ocean in terms of ocean sediment stirred up as well as sediment that's coming in from the rivers, you really get a sense of the scale of what a storm like that does to any kind of landscape, but certainly on an island like this that's smaller and has infrastructural limits to begin with, it's a tremendous impact, right? So we will hopefully see a lot of progress in this part of the world. There's a lot of interest in it right now. We hope that keeps going. And hopefully this remains part of the conversation until life sort of gets back on track in this part of the Caribbean. Hope you found this video interesting. Hope you check out the next one when it comes along.
Okay. Quite interesting. Quite interesting. Guess that explains why we see some of the springs popping up. And also, it's an explanation in advance of water contamination, and we expect that there's going to be an outbreak of some sort. It's going to happen. How we deal with it, we shall see. Let me put this one up. 1 second, folks. Look at this. I remember the companion video to this, one that came out of the Prime Minister taking a tour of this housing development, talking about how strong, sturdy, secure these buildings were. And now it was put to the test. Now, granted, and some people say, yeah, it's a category 5, and we never had a 5, and it's devastating and all this. But there were some buildings that survived. There were some buildings that survived. And because we live in a hurricane belt and we live in an earthquake belt, you think that the building codes would reflect the environment and the buildings would reflect the building code. People are building to code, but we know that's not the case. I don't buy the idea that it's a category 5, and so whatever happens, things happen. We live in a hurricane belt, and therefore, this goes to the discipline that we have in terms of the building code. We're not building the way we should build. Take a look at this.
When you look at this housing development of Edmund Ridge, and you see the quality of the housing that is developed here, this is nothing like Operation Pride. I want to make that point clear. So if you compare what this government has done relative to what the previous governments have done, then you can come to the conclusion that something good are going in a Jamaica. Because if you compare these kinds of development to Operation Pride developments, then your conclusion would be that what was happening before was Operation Shame. And it is these developments that we are doing now that is really creating communities of pride, communities in which the homeowners feel that they have a really good investment a really respectful investment, an investment in shelter that gives them dignity.
The zinc was flying, and it's like you can see the breeze coming in every direction. North, south, east, west.
So this is what is left of the wall, the remains of it, made out of paper. Our home at what is left of it. It is 3 of us that live here, myself, my wife, and our 8-year-old son. And this is the aftermath of Hurricane Melissa. This house is in St. James East Central, the Edmund Ridge Estate. That was named after Edmund Bartlett, the tourism minister. And I understand that he and the Prime Minister came by to Palmyra, but they never come this side to look at the damage. We purchased this house from the HAJ Housing Agency of Jamaica, and they don't even come to our meeting with the residents yet. Some of us are still sleeping in our cars. Our homes are totally gutted by the wind, and they don't even have anything to come and to talk with us. They're just directing us to the insurance. I have been here since December. December would be 2 years.
How old is the complex?
The complex is about 3 years, 3, 4 the most, and it's a new complex.
You were looking at the material that was used to construct the house.
Paper jar wall. The material is far substantial. Literally on paper. These are the walls with some dust in it. So it's all gone. It's all gone. So this is what is left of the wall, the remains of it, made out of paper.
See, if you're a build house with people, just build a house with the people, man, leave out the politics and say, well, you know, this government is doing this government is doing that. Because once you do that, then you can't escape the criticism that comes with a catastrophe like this. Because now it's what's being exposed is the inferior building material used. So the place just look pretty, but the place is not sturdy. And again, we live in a hurricane belt. So Freedom, I don't know how it passed building code, but it did. And it did so with Edmund Bartlett's name attached to the complex, you know. And I saw a video of him on the Prime Minister doing a tour and talking up the things. And no, you know, there it is. Let's see if I can play one more video. Let me see which one. All right, here's one. I didn't even know about this one. Somebody sent this to me today. I think it might have been OT.
I am not one who fears criticism, but there are people who fear me when I respond to them.
Well. I am still waiting for the Prime Minister to respond. And I have criticized him deservedly. I don't think I've ever criticized the Prime Minister without putting up a document or a video or having someone with first-hand knowledge. I don't think I've ever criticized him to the point where he can say that it's without merit. What I've heard from people in his inner circle is that he's aware of what we do around here. And of course, he doesn't approve, and he's used some very crass language to describe me. That's okay. It just means I'm doing my job. Otherwise, he would have just completely ignored me. But people in his inner circle and the outer circle, they've told me, they said, boy, the man are like a bone in your body. Well, that's okay too. Because whether he likes me or not, it's not going to stop me from doing the people's work. The people deserve to know what's going on with the Prime Minister as far as his role, his responsibility as the leader of the country. You notice what I said, as the leader. I don't care what I'm doing in private life. That's fine. provided it doesn't impact people. If he does something in his private life that's impacting people, then I have to talk about that. But otherwise, I don't care. What he does in his public life that is affecting the people of Jamaica, we have a duty, we have a right, we have an obligation to talk about it and to do something about it. And you know, there's a video here I want to show you, and it's weird in certain ways because there's a criticism about what's going on with you know, aid provided by a certain country, but you have to understand why things are the way they are. So the person who's criticizing, I'm not sure if she's aware of the history of the prime minister. She's looking at it from a historical context between the two countries. But I think she should also consider the fact that Jamaica is led by somebody who has been tainted. And think about it. Think about how many times you've heard people say, "Me nah send nothing to the government." And you would think that that's where people should send stuff. They should send their things to the government because the government has a responsibility, right, to make sure that it reaches people. But then people are saying, no. This government has a history of things just going the opposite direction, or things disappearing. And we don't trust the government. We don't trust the prime minister. We've heard that so many times. I'm sure if there's a poll taken about the trust factor, it's going to be low. But let's continue with this video, and then I'll play that video that we talked about.
Be assured that I will respond to any nonsense that is put out.
Don't forget who won the Maroon War. Don't believe the hype, Andrew. A lot of us are here, are quiet, but we're not sleeping. And we will do what we have to do if we have to go up against the system. Our ancestors them do it already and we can do it again. Don't pass it, please.
I am not one
That's
who...
not development, Jamaica. That's extinction in slow motion. C3 Metals, Freeman McMoran, United Oil and Gas, Noranda, Jamalco, Windalco, Alpart. Remember those names, Jamaica. Because if we don't stop them, our grandchildren will read them on the tombstone of Jamaica. Jamaica, this is the hour of truth. We are running out of soil, out of coral, and we are running out of time. So my people, wake up.
Alright, welcome again, viewers. If you're tuned to this channel right now, please I'm asking you to click the subscribe link. In this video, Andrew Holness, the Prime Minister of Jamaica. The Maroons look like they want to attack Andrew Holness right now. And me I go play that video from one of Nanny Pitney them. And also, this lady, this video, I send her a grand rising and she tell us all to wake up. Trust me, you don't want to miss none of them here, so stay tuned. As me say, if you reach this far and having subscribers yet, please to do so. And you can like this video as well, and please to share this video, viewers, because persons really need to see this.
Jamaica, come close and listen very carefully. Jamaica, it's time for us to wake the heck up. Look around you. Every storm, every road, every foreign investment, another piece of this island disappears. Look, Jamaica, they already took our bauxite. They turned the hills of Clarendon, St. Anne, Manchester, St. Elizabeth and St. Catherine into red craters. Companies like Noranda, Jamalco, Windalco, Alpart, they stripped our soil and left dust left sickness, and then call it development. Now here comes the next invasion. C3 Metals Incorporation, a Canadian company. They hold 44,000 acres of exploration license. Jamaica, that's over 44,000 of Jamaican land gone. Yes, gone under foreign claim. And they did not come alone. They brought Freeport McMoran. This is a U.S. mining giant. Yes, the same one that blew up mountains in Indonesia and poisoned rivers. Has a deal to earn 75% control by pumping up to 75 million US dollars up into our ground. So while you're sleeping, Jamaica, they're out here drilling the belly of Jamaica and calling it Bella's Gate. Pretty name, deadly meaning. Jamaica, understand that every drill breaks the limestone spine that holds our water. You see, when that crack, rivers bleed dry and sinkholes happen. But Jamaica, it don't even stop there, you know. United Oil and Gas, a British company, holds the license to the southern part of Jamaica, over 22,400 square kilometers of our seabed. Yes, from Pedro Bank to the Moran Basin. And they got all their permits and exploration license and drilling permits during the hurricane season. So while you patch your roof, they drill out our seabed. The land of Jamaica is already wounded. Now they have turned to our sea. Jamaica, let's be real. Even the soil from the highways that they built. Yes, the same dirt them dig out to build these fancy roads. Left the country by truckloads. Yes, Jamaica, our earth exported. The most fertile topsoil. The same one our ancestors planted in, gone. My people, please understand what this means. When you remove the skin, the body dies. And the soil is the skin of Jamaica. The limestone is our bones. And the sea is our blood. Remember, you know, bauxite stripped our skin. Now C3 Metals is digging for copper and gold. They're going to crush our bones. And United Oil and Gas is drilling for oil. They will drain our blood. And Jamaica, all this is happening on an island that is geologically fragile. Sitting on the Plantain Garden and the Walton fault lines. Jamaica, if they shake the crust with dynamites and drills, you definitely risk unleashing catastrophe. I'm talking landslides, earthquakes, tsunamis, methane release, and death. Look at St. Elizabeth, Jamaica's breadbasket. It just got wiped by Hurricane Melissa. Now they're talking about a smart city on that very same land. But smart for who? Not for the farmers and the people who lost everything. Realize this, Jamaica. Every hurricane clears land for new contracts. Every new road move our soil offshore. And every new signature trade away a piece more of our independence. Them love say Jamaica poor. Jamaica, that is the biggest lie ever told. Jamaica rich. And that is the problem. It's because we're rich why we have this problem. We're rich in land, water, minerals, beauty. And that's why they keep coming Jamaica. You see what we call paradise? Them call it profit. This is not economic growth, Jamaica. This is genocide. The slow unaliving of our island. You can't eat the concrete of a smart city. You can't drink oil and you cannot plant into a crater. You see, when the coral reefs die, the fish vanishes. When the topsoil is gone, the crops fail. And when the rivers dry up, the people them are go run. That's not development, Jamaica. That's extinction in slow motion. C3 Metals, Freeman McMoran, United Oil and Gas, Noranda, Jamalco, Windalco, Alpart. Remember those names, Jamaica. Because if we don't stop them, our grandchildren will read them on the tombstone of Jamaica. Jamaica, this is the hour of truth. We are running out of soil, out of coral, and we are running out of time. So my people, wake up before the land breaks. Stand before the sea burns. And speak up before silence become permanent. Jamaica, defend your body, defend your soul, and defend our future.
I am not one who fears criticism, but there are people who fear me when I respond to them. Be assured that I will respond to any nonsense that is put out.
Is it trick, Andrew? Are the people them want to call him bro God? Jamaican people put politicians on a pedestal. You've made them celebrities, and now they think that they're more powerful than they actually are. Wanna take it so far that wanna start to call them God. And now Andrew feel himself. But now we've also, through putting him back in government, we have told him that we accept a lot of the things that he did in his previous term. One thing being what he's mentioning here, the time during COVID when he violated someone's human right, a Jamaican's right to freedom of speech. And we allowed him to do that because we never said nothing about it. So that set a precedent. So him feel like, say, him can threaten us because we had nothing to say about it. And this is the problem with us not saying anything, not speaking out when these politicians do and say certain things, because it makes them feel powerful. And we the people aren't putting them in them place and making them know, no, you work for us. Andrew Holness, nobody is afraid of you. We're not afraid of you. And I'd like to remind you, because a lot of you like to think that Nanny is a myth. She's not a myth. Nanny Pickney them still there. Our ancestors' blood still running our vein. Don't forget who won the Maroon War. Don't believe the hype, Andrew. A lot of us are here, are quiet, but we're not sleeping. And we will do what we have to do if we have to go up against the system. Our ancestors them do it already and we can do it again. Don't pass the place.
Well, viewers, so state your thoughts and tell me what you think of.
Yes. Play one more video and then we just open up the phone line for a few calls, and then we just call it a night. I'm going to play this video again on Saturday because I want to show you something that I did that may have caused England to limit its support to the Jamaican government. And that is as a result, that if it's because of something I did, it's because of what I exposed to the King and the Privy Council, then it's not really against Jamaica, it's against the Jamaican Prime Minister. Take a look at this.
You know, Hurricane Melissa has torn through Jamaica, right? And the UK government was asked to give relief. And 2.5 million is all the UK government could muster in terms of aid for Jamaica. Now, I don't know about you, but that is the insult of the highest level, considering that Jamaica has been part of the Commonwealth and also considering the historical ties that Jamaica has to the UK. And 2.5 million is all they thought they could give. Let's look at the numbers for a second. The UK government has given Ukraine over 21 billion in military aid and humanitarian support. When Turkey and Syria went through the devastation of an earthquake, the UK government gave over £30 million in aid. And when Pakistan experienced catastrophic flooding, the UK government gave nearly 40 million in aid. And you know what smacks it? King Charles is still the head of state of Jamaica. He is still the head of state of Jamaica. And he signed off giving Jamaica 2.5 million in aid. I'm trying my best not to cuss out these nasty dust. This just goes to show what they think, what the head of state of Jamaica thinks about its people. You, sir, don't give a damn about the Jamaican people, and your government don't either. Because it seems like allocation of humanitarian aid is allocated when it's in Britain's interest politically. But when Britain has extracted and taken and been neglectful of the Jamaican people for so long, why would we ever be surprised that they mustered up 2.5 million? This is absolutely an insult to the people.
All right. Prime Minister said that you should fear his response when you put out foolishness. So if you're not putting out foolishness, you have nothing to fear. Him just attack. And talk is cheap. The lady, the parliamentarian who, I think she's a parliamentarian, who made that passionate speech, she have to understand a few things. One of them is that governments give, she said that the UK only give when they have an interest. Well, that's usually the case. Governments usually give aid when they have an interest, or they give, or the size of the aid is an indication of their interest. Don't forget, you shouldn't forget that the Prime Minister told the King's son, the heir to the British throne, that we are moving on. We don't have nothing to do with it. He said that. It was shocking and surprising at the time. And these people have long memories. So you shouldn't forget that. And don't forget that the former British High Commissioner said that a lot of the crimes in Jamaica and the gun running and all that, that they have traced it back to Parliament, the Jamaican parliamentarians, Jamaica politicians. They said that. They have the information. And a lot of the aid that they're sending to Jamaica is not just the UK. A lot of it, people, if you realize, it's not cash. It's in kind. And there's a reason for that. I will show you a letter that I wrote to King Charles. And I sent it off to a whole bunch of Privy Council members. And when I say Privy Council, we're not talking about the court. Because the King of England, who is also the King of Jamaica, there is such a title, King of Jamaica, King Charles III. I sent him a letter. He responded. I think I've written to him twice. And the letter I sent to him laid out the case why they should strip him of his membership in the Privy Council. And it had to do with two investigations, the Westcon investigation and the statutory declaration investigation, both of them conducted by the Integrity Commission. And so I can understand why, if they read the letter, why they would say, we're sending aid, but we're not sending no cash. We're not sending a whole bunch of cash to these people because, you know, there are some serious allegations and there are some proven facts, some undeniable facts that would cause us to think otherwise. You know, otherwise, to give cash, no. Give aid, yeah. So we have to take a good look at that. And the 2.5 million freedom is not, my understanding is that it's not hardcore cash. A lot of it is aid, relief supplies, not money. So that's where we are with that. But Saturday, we're going to play this video again, and I'm going to show you the letter. And you tell me what you think. You know, you tell me what you think. Kevin, I'm going to put this up. Let me put this up here. Hold on 1 second, folks. Nope. So it must be this. Oh, wait a minute. I'm trying to share my screen here. If I can't do it, then we'll just have to. Oh, here it is. All right. Tomorrow, is it tomorrow? Yeah, tomorrow the 13th is a book launch. I'm advertising it for a reason. And not for the reason that the author would think. Here it is. There's something called a Diaspora Resource Handbook. That's going to be released tomorrow. CG out of Miami, Oliver Mayer, is sponsoring this event. And this gentleman you see here, Peter Gracie, he's the current representative on that useless organization that we intend to make useful called the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. This is a gentleman who's putting out this book, and I think it's $19 for this book. But a friend of mine looked at this thing, and she has traveled all over the world. And she said it's a disgrace and it's a shame that he would seek to put out this book under the auspices of the Jamaican government. Why? Because all of this information in this book, she's saying that it should be on the embassy's website, as well as the consulate website. All this information, you shouldn't have to pay $19 to find out about visa-free travel, dual citizenship, passport. All of these things are supposed to be right there on the website. But it's not there. Well, we'll get to that. I mean, people. Look, phone line open now, you know. So you can call in. If I don't get any call, then we'll just wind down. Ask me any question. If I can answer, I most definitely will. If I cannot, I'll most definitely admit, and then go do the research and come back on Saturday or next Wednesday with the answers. So there is a number, 667-369-8569. 667-369-8569. We know me I'll get at least two calls, Miss Philly and Miss P. We know that. Oh, no, don't disappoint me, you know. All right. Rosemary, thank you. Call it good night. Welcome to Come Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Good night, Ratty, I'm the man.
Ah, Miss P, talk to me. Give me a signal. Talk to me then.
Everybody, a good night. Okay.
Yeah.
May you reason, you know. I'll ask you some question. Give me your opinion.
Okay.
Yeah, as a Jamaican born and grown. You know, she said Jamaica, I want to use adjective, grind up. Like when you have one sitting, we never leave our country and go, I want to take quiz key, we call quizzer, or grinder. That's so I wish squeeze the key and get the liquor, but some people call it grinder, some call it quizzer.
Reason why I say that. And look into this. A catastrophic hurricane passed over Jamaica at 2025. You know, lit the whole. It brushed everybody, but it lick Western Jamaica. Crumble them and brush the rest of people them. Other people, in other parishes, even in my community, me and other people we get lick, but we still now look up in the sky, night. And you have a prime minister who born at Jamaica, go to Jamaica in a 2025, where the world is in our hand middle. And look at what's happening to Jamaica. Remember, you know, and the whole entire country, you know, and we are getting aid from all both international, God bless the diaspora, and the government of the day lock out the opposition and choose who we want to choose and not moving fast. Because you know, sister, we are going to have some bad diseases. People from down there taking this stench and what so all the past now Jamaica. And the Prime Minister, before anything do, I get person with the knowledge, the expertise, to give good, solid advice. He just come every day, then come attack, PR rubbish, PR.
Mm-hmm.
And you have people, ordinary people, I believe them. Oh, you feel good as a leader, the chief servant of the country, and baby there Westmoreland in a night cold. Imagine, you know, if you continue, if I never feel the reggae superstar them, the athlete them, and the well-loving diaspora poor people would have enough more dead than what we have at Jamaica.
Mm-hmm.
In my community where we live, school damage, persons left roofless, now have no money because you know Jamaican people time. And right now, ordinary people are live from hand to mouth. It's not like people have a certain capital where you can go relax pan.
Mm-hmm.
People are live hand to mouth. Even if them are go, I want to walk. Mm-hmm. By the time they get paid and do this, so nobody no have not this save, not big. And me no here, now if you see nobody of the government pass through, you hear them say, boy, them up so, and I give nothing at all. And yo, when you look the Prime Minister say, them a make house in my head bad, let the house down so. When me know that's supposed to be conflict of interest. And you look at paper man a tear up. Man feel good in the house because of hurricane proof. And when you look, it tap gone. The whole eye gone. Not even tap, the whole eye gone. And at the same time, when he might introduce them the house, he might backlash Operation Pride. And every Operation Pride, stand Beryl, stand Dean, stand Ivan, and then stand Melissa. You know, since you are a madman around Jamaica.
Well, what does that say about the people? Because the madman never elect himself, you know. And by the way, talking about madman electing himself, Mr. Prime Minister, you said that essentially issue a warning, and I said that by your response is a very forceful response to people who talk nonsense. We have some things we're going to talk about here this Saturday now. We'll put up the documents. And I'm want you to tell me if I'm nonsense, because you talk both way in your circle, but you know, come and deal with it in a responsive way. So I don't know if you're afraid because you feel like, say, well, where we are talking is not nonsense or whatever the reason is. But stay tuned this Saturday, Mr. Prime Minister, because we have a piece we're going to do upon you. It's gonna be rough. And then we also have a piece we're gonna do on Minister Tufton. We're not finished with him, you know. We're gonna use theme key. We're gonna use that investigation, the market me investigation, as an object lesson to teach Jamaicans about, if nothing else, procurement rules. Because people, you talk about chopping. This is how it going. This is how it going. This is how it going on. This is how it going on. Because now them going to issue a whole bunch of direct payments, direct contracting, a whole bunch of emergency contracting, and people won't. If you don't pay attention, you're going to see. You're going to look around and you're going to see that no money is there. And by the way, they might take out a loan too. You know, they have to take out loan, and you're going to see what. And go ahead, Miss P. Go ahead. Ask me a question. I'm going to take some other call, but hit me up there.
To the countries that donate to it, the countries them, like Belgium and this and this. Nobody who live a foreign army no can find Fox News or find the country, make them know what is really happening in Jamaica.
People are trying.
Already hear them.
No.
Are not moving, make them broadcast it on BBC, CNC, whatever, whatever. That means to say we can get some international government to come in and help Jamaica. We can't depend on this man to help Jamaica.
Well,
sir,
Miss P, the thing about it is that
epidemic, pandemic after the whole world. We have an epidemic out there. Am I right? Coming over.
You're right. You're right.
College, you know.
You're right.
Epidemic.
Hit me with a question if somebody can't say, because a whole bunch of people are calling. I want to take some calls. Hit me with a question then. Miss P.
Yeah.
Hit me with a question. Some calls are coming. I want to jump over and listen to what they want to say too. Hit me with that question.
What may I say? We want to know if just me the question as a request.
Okay.
Reach to some international people and ask them to come in at Jamaica, do some investigation and try to help with. Even with the same aid with them saying, we want some help because the people them is maroon.
All right.
And what affect me in some way.
All right.
Because I mean I live down there. What does that affect me because the country mash up?
Let me leave it
so
right.
The farmer they move like them everything.
Let me leave it right there, son. You and I are talk. You and I talk before the end of the week. All right. Let me leave it there, son. Me and you talk before the end of the week. Let me leave it right there, son. Take care.
Yeah.
All right. Caller, good night. Welcome to Come Reasons, Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Ratty.
Yes, sir.
Peace and love, man. First of all, thanks a lot.
You're welcome, sir.
Doing to help us.
I'm sorry. Well, I'm gone. Miss Philly, I caught. Yes, good night. Welcome to Come Reasons, Rattigan.
Yes, Ratty. Yes, Ratty.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Yeah. My question.
Yes, sir.
Right? With the I would say, I would call it a threat that the Prime Minister sent out that you don't watch what nobody wants to say to him. I say about him. He not fear nobody, but him know when him ready, or when him send out whatever he want to do, or you know, he know people will fear him. Now, my question: what kind of power does he have? What kind of power does he have that Jamaican people have to afraid or fear him? Tell me, Ratty, please.
Okay. It's called the power of the ballot boxes. And Jamaica had a chance to rid itself of its failed leadership. And what did Jamaicans do? They said no. The majority of Jamaicans who voted, they said, no, we believe in this man, and so they voted him back in. It is my considered judgment that he might not be Prime Minister for much longer based on a document that I will show on Saturday. But nevertheless, the people have voted, and so the answer to your question as to what kind of power I have, the The people, the power, the people. If the people gave him a referendum, the people voted. Majority of the people voted, and we're not talking about. No, we're not even getting into the issue of. We're not getting into the issue of voter irregularities, right? We're just looking at the sheer numbers, because there have been allegations that some people voted twice, ballot boxes got stuffed. There have been those allegations, but putting that aside, let's just say, every vote was legitimately cast. Most of the people voted for him, and so who we have to blame? So that's where the power came. We gave him the power. We, the people, gave him the power. He didn't take the power. Now, what he's doing with that power is something else. But we gave him the power. So at some point in time, we have to look at ourselves in the mirror and said, are we the cause of our own demise?
Well, let me say this to you, Ratty.
Mm-hmm.
And let me say this to him.
Yes.
I want to send a message to him.
Go ahead.
That he must remember, as a matter of fact, I don't think he really know who is Jamaican people. I don't think he really know about Jamaican people. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And let me tell you this, that's it. Andrew Holness, you might be watching, and you might hear this tomorrow. Anytime you're ready, just do what you said you're going to do, so that Jamaican people will fear you. And you will see the type of Jamaican who will rise up. Go on and continue to do what you think you can do to oppress the Jamaican people. Let me say this to you right here again.
Mm-hmm.
What can we do? Do you think Jamaican people should come together and make a big march to the parliament?
That's a question.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that they should, and they should do it constantly, frequently.
Right.
It shouldn't be a one-off where they just go one day and all of that. It should be something where they do every single day, so that they can get the message. Because, see, we have exhibited a tendency to talk about things and then forget about it, and the government has relied on that to their benefit. Them say, oh, whatever them feel right now, don't worry about it, because it's a one-off thing, and them complain about it 2-3 days and then it's forgotten. How many people here talking about the drill? How many people here talking about all the scandals and how much money has departed the coffers, not to the benefit of the Jamaican people? How many people talking about it? Not very many people talking.
Millions. Millions.
Yeah, but not very many people. Not a lot of people talking about it, because it's no longer news.
Who don't even live in Jamaica?
Right. Well, the thing about it is that we have to have a forceful message, and we have to be consistent, and we have to comply with the law.
Jamaican people sit down too long, man.
Well, there you go. There you go. There you go.
And you only say walk up on us like this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Jack in everything on us.
Yep.
We must accept it.
Mm-hmm.
And Jonas will come in.
All right, sir. I hear you. All right.
All right, my brother. Peace and love here, sir.
Likewise. Take care of yourself. Right. Thanks for the call. Bye-bye. I see Miss Philly. Yeah, the gentleman, right, man. People need to get up and start marching, and do it on a regular basis. Because otherwise, silence is acquiescence. Silence is agreement. You're silent, and them just say, okay, everything is fine. And if you do your thing and nobody's complaining, then you just continue doing your thing. Or if you're doing your thing and just a few people complaining, and especially if the people complaining, them live far away from you, there is no incentive for you to stop. Yeah, the gentleman, right? Miss Philly, you need to turn down that device in the background, please.
Let me turn this down, Mr. Rattigan. I was listening on the other phone. Okay. Good night, Mr. Rattigan.
Good night, Miss Philly. How are you?
I'm okay right now.
All right.
Good night to everyone in the chat. Now, Mr. Rattigan,
Yes, Miss Philly.
I can answer the question. Yes, the people giving Andrew the power again, yes, they are their own demise. The people of Jamaica who voted Andrew Holness back into power. Now, I'm not going to be long. Now, the writing is on the wall, you know, people. And we have to stop, look, and listen. Things are happening, and it's getting worse and worse. It's going down to the nitty-gritty. When you hear Andrew Holness come out, stand up, and saying words like those, when he acts, what will happen? Then you know where his mindset is. So, this is not the time to step back. This is the time to move forward. And if we are in this fight and we are going to be afraid, it don't make no sense. Our ancestors, they fight. They fight blood and sweat. And we have to remember that from where we have come. And don't allow Andrew Holness words to put fear in us. Andrew Holness know what he's doing. All of the JLP members around him, they know what's going on. So when you see them come out with NPR, that is just it right then. Under that, there's more, a lot going on. And this is why the people still cannot get the help that they are to get. They can't get the help they're to receive because they are doing what they want to do.
Mm-hmm.
And it's obvious.
Mm-hmm.
Now, me want to ask Andrew Holness one question. You did send state of emergency. When say I go to curfew?
Mm-hmm.
I want to get it right.
Mm-hmm.
Curfew down to St. Elizabeth, sir.
Mm-hmm.
So we are going to send curfew down at Westmoreland for, sir. The people them now no house down there. Some of them are on that tree, on the tarpaulin. So we have put curfew down there for, sir. What's going on down there other than the people must get the assistance they need? Why you want now to go send, me no know if the police and the soldier are both down there to go trouble the people them who is overwhelmed already and troubled and homeless? And what kind of art you have, sir? Me not understand.
Miss Philly.
Andrew Holness,
Miss
you
Philly.
think you're God?
Miss Philly.
Hold up, man. Sir, me I beg you, hold up,
Hold
sir.
up.
Leave the people them alone.
Miss Philly.
Leave them alone. Help, you must help them.
Miss Philly.
They need help.
Miss Philly.
And that is what you get the ear, you know. I'm tell you again. Say, at this, I'm going to decide your fate.
Miss Philly.
Because your finger them sticky, you know, and you love take.
Miss
Your
Philly.
tequila.
Miss Philly.
Yes, Mr. Rattigan.
Yeah,
You're upset, you know.
somebody put in the chat, and essentially you're preaching to the choir. So what we want is this. Give us your thoughts on how we should move forward in trying to rein in the Prime Minister from...
Well, we all know already what is going on and who Andrew Holness is. And this is why we were talking about it all along and telling the people, and they didn't listen. They sell out their vote, right? So what is going on now with him? He's taking it a little further, step by step. So what we must do, be combative, right? Push back on him. Don't be afraid to speak, chat, talk up, because it's truth. We cannot allow someone to be doing this to us and we sit and take it and be afraid. We are going to lead in him. We're not step back. We're going to talk. So those who don't like us talking, sorry for you. But if this is what you want, a leader whose statutory deduction he cannot declare, he cannot sign the code of conduct, he has sticky fingers, it's known, he's before the court, And we could go on and name the person Andrew Holness is. So there any uno come and defend him. You see? Okay. Birds of a feather flock together. That's who they are.
All right,
dirty people with dirty mind. So people talk. I don't care. I am going to speak. I am going to speak against injustice to my grave.
Let me ask you a quick question here, because people calling and we have to run. Are you prepared to speak in a forum called the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council? Because I think because you're a diaspora and you live outside of Jamaica, I think that would be a good forum for you.
You're cracking up.
I mean, crack up. You can't hear me?
It's not coming over fluently.
All right.
What you're saying.
All right. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I'm hearing it better now.
Okay. I said, because you want to speak and you live overseas, I think, I don't know what you think, but I think that you would be an outstanding representative for the people in the forum called, or the movement called the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, because then you would get a chance to represent the people before the government. And then you could, like you said, you want to speak out, and you're going to speak out forcefully. And I think that would be.
I am. Always been doing that.
So you're going to, you're going to run then. You're going to put your hat in the ring, so to speak, huh?
Mr. Rattigan, you talk to me about that off the air.
Okay, all right, no problem.
About that off the air.
All right,
dialogue.
All right, no problem.
I see where I'm at.
All right, Miss Philip.
On the program now.
All right.
I am talking, because some things just not right, and it hurts. And I mean, you have to say it.
All right.
You have to say it.
All right. All right. Look, thank you so much for calling. I'll call you after here, and we can continue the conversation. How about that?
Okay, sir. Thank you. Have a good night.
Likewise. Bye-bye. So someone, that was Miss Philly, and you know, so she go talk, she talk up the things, and she go run. Believe me, she go run. Call her good night. Welcome to Come Reasons, Rattigan. Where are you calling from? Turn on your device, please. Hello?
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 Hello, good afternoon, Sir Roddy.
How is Bim or Bam?
Bim, man.
Bim, all right. Well, go on, talk to me. Talk to me. The people that are listening, talk to me.
Yeah, man. I'm just watching it going on in Jamaica. The Prime Minister talking about when he's ready to talk. This guy, instead of he uplifting the people, this guy just a low-brow politician.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, he does, and his wife in the parliament is not any better. The way she operated as a speaker in the parliament, man. My mother would have worked for that, and so she acting like a real Virgo.
Virgo, yes, indeed.
Because you can't operate the people's business like that.
Right.
But it seems like these people just drunk with power. Like they're frightened. They didn't expect to be in this station in life.
You know, it's funny you mention that, because somebody wrote in the chat that that nobody, we didn't vote for them and they stole the election and all of this. I've only seen one case where somebody's challenging the election in one constituency. And so while we believe that this took place, it's more anecdotal. We don't have the evidence, because I've said to people that, look, if we have the evidence, let's put it out there. If we have the evidence that they stole the election, let's put it out there. But it's but part of it is not that people don't have the evidence enough. It's just that people are afraid.
They buy off a lot of people, and you can find that they buy off a lot of people.
But who's gonna come forward and say that? You know, if because our recourse is a legal recourse, right? Yeah. And so you're going to need evidence, and who's going to come forward and say, yes, you know what, they paid me X amount of dollars, I took it, and nobody's going to do that. So we just have to just live with it, that this is what they did.
But the other thing, we don't see a lot of it, but we see them on video issuing out the money in plain sight too.
Well, look, remember, I was calling for the Carter Center for the opposition leader. I proposed a strategy to try and get the Carter Center to come in to exercise oversight of the election.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it was done, but the one thing I can tell you that didn't happen, the Carter Center was not in Jamaica. So
they were not invited, or they didn't invite. They didn't come on. They wasn't invited.
I don't know if they were ever invited. If anyone reached out to them, I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, but anyway, now jump off and grab another call. So I'll give a call tomorrow. Yeah.
Okay, all best.
All right, my brother. Caller, good night. Welcome to Come Reasons, Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Mr. Rattigan, how are you? It's so good to see you.
Bye, my day. I look out at me eye. What on?
I am the lady who wants you to take good care of yourself because we're going to need you, and then after that, we're going to need you some more. So I just want to call you to encourage you. Please continue to take care of yourself.
Yes.
Because when you come any space, Jeffrey, make we talk anywhere you go. You bring a very good energy with you. That's very encouraging. And I want you to continue in your quest.
Thank you.
I'm not going to stay long. I just want to big you up.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me ask you a question. Have you registered
to your mother and your father for gifting you to us?
All right. Let me ask you a question before you go. Have you registered to vote in the upcoming Global Jamaica Diaspora?
No, I'm going to watch you on Saturday.
Okay.
And I promise you on Saturday I'll do it.
All right. I'm going to hold it to your promise, you know.
I give you my word.
Accept it.
All right?
All right. Take care of yourself.
All right, Mr. Rattigan. Keep up the good work. And please remember, rest and take good care of yourself.
All right. I will. Thanks for the call.
Take care now.
All right. Bye-bye. Caller, good night. Welcome to Come Reasons, Rattigan. Where are you calling from? Hello? 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 Caller, can't hear you. Hang up and call back. Yes, people. And somebody asked about Mr. B. Big up yourself, Mr. B. Someone asked about the Magnitsky. People know what, people don't sign it. I don't know why. Well, somebody said that because they were afraid. Afraid of what? I mean, they shouldn't be. And then remember now, you know, we talk about the ancestors and the spirit that moves through us and how with this and with that. And then we said, just to sign the thing. I will tell you how you can sign it that people can't even really identify you and people not sign it. Caller, good night. Welcome to Come Reasons, Rattigan. Where are you calling from? Hello? Hello?
Yes, George. Hey, good night. Good night.
Yes, sir. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Okay, I'm calling from. I called you earlier on about the registration.
Yes, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I tried, but when I put it in, all I get is a form to sign up and take picture and everything. But how did it go through? How do you go? Where you go from there?
All right. You know what? I'm going to have OT call you, and have her walk you through it. Right?
That sounds good.
Yeah, man. So don't worry yourself. We'll get to that. And then what we want you to do, we want you to share it with your church sisters and brothers, your co-workers, your family, your friends, your associates. We want you to share it with everybody because we want a big turnout. Where you voting? You say you're in Florida. Florida. All right. There's a gentleman, I'm aware, there's a gentleman who's registered to vote, who's nominated to run. Jeffrey Tavares, MCM1. All right?
Yeah,
all right, my brother. So,
me did watch you when you have on the man more.
True. My apologies, sir. My apologies.
Listen, let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Is the JDF still in operation in Jamaica?
Is the JDF still what?
In operation in Jamaica?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We are there.
And them they are hated too, you know. When you're not nothing about hated.
Are they in Jamaica? It's a hurricane.
Yeah. Yeah, they're there. They're there.
I don't know. But okay, I know when you were growing up, you hear this Jamaica is a Christian country. Because you know on Walton Park Road, everywhere you go, there's a church.
Uh-huh.
So the question I'm asking, and I don't know, I don't know, I must be the only one. Why we have one other God? What the Bible says?
Oh, you're talking about bro God. Okay. Well, you have to ask the people them that, you know, because the people
the false God.
Yeah.
Is he false or not?
Well, that the people them give him that, you know. So
No, him himself that. No, him call himself that.
no, I think it was the people them who conveyed that title upon him and him just accepted it. You know, I don't think him come out and say my bro God.
That's Caesar.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
But anyway, I'm gonna have OT give a call and we'll run through that thing with you. All right.
All right. All right. Yeah, man. Listen.
Take care of yourself. Be well. Bye bye. Yes, people. Yeah. So, the Magnitsky, and then somebody asked, what about an update on the 1.4 billion spent on the school buses? Any updates? The minister said that all 110 buses would be in Jamaica by the end of July, this past July, not next year, July. And to the best of our knowledge, he didn't achieve that goal. And we're asking, so when are we getting those buses and where is the money? Nobody's asking questions about that. Then also we found out that the children are getting sick on the buses. We have a newspaper report where the minister said that they were bleeding and they were also fainting and other medical things going on. And they had to get medical attention and the JCF involved. And Beam just call. I'll call Beam tomorrow because it's a while now I don't see my bus and we need to go around and go just start it up and make sure it's all right. And we're supposed to be getting some more buses. We're also looking into packing up the buses and sending the buses down as containers. Just pack up the bus with a whole bunch of supplies and things like that and send down the buses. But we have to first make sure that it going to fly because we don't want to do it. And then the next thing you know, it's just sitting on the wharf and them come up with a whole bunch of regulations and requirements to satisfy to the point where it doesn't even make sense. And then everything will be wasted and then they would have teeth it. We don't want that. Caller, good night. Welcome to Com Regions, Rattigan. Where you coming from? Yes, sir. Yes, I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
How you doing? Good night, Ratty. How you doing?
I'm fine, thank you, sir. And you?
All right. Yeah, I'm just calling in, man. I was listening to your show, and I'm kind of. I just want to vent for a second.
Oh, you're bummed out.
Give me the chance.
You're bummed out.
All right. So, first thing, Jamaica, man. You know. First thing, Jamaica, I love you. You know I love you, Jamaica. That's my home country. I'm sad about the situation, and I don't want to make it seem like I'm lashing out on anyone or making it seem like, you know, like we're not together at all. But first thing, Rattigan, you know, said I'm just afraid of you already. You know that. The first thing I said to you, I'm just afraid of you, like post brother. No, when I said last, you know, like I wanna vent for a second and bring everything in perspective because I see my people suffering and I just wanna kind of put a light on the situation for them and try to bring it to their level. I've been living in America for a long time and I left Jamaica at a very young age, but I've been traveling back and forth and I've been taking care of my family back in Jamaica and I see what's going on. And I'm going to tell you right now, Jamaica, you guys got to stand up. I don't know how to say it better than I can. And I'm not saying hurt anybody, but some kind of protest, some kind of beating down the fence of Andrew Holness front gate, something has to go on, brother, because these people are suffering and they're in a bad situation. Very, very bad situation. And I know, Ratty, you know, I know you're genuine about certain things, and I know that, you know, you're a lawyer and you do your thing, and I respect that. And I just want to promote the Magnitsky Act. I know a lot of people didn't sign it. I signed it, but it seems like they don't understand it. Everybody's in this fear and stuck in this mindset. But if you're back against the wall, brother, what can you do? You gotta step forward. You gotta step forward.
Right.
And if you're looking for a step forward without violence and interaction with in the wrong perspective of certain things, then the Magnitsky Act is the way to go. Like you're just signing a paper, and then you could take this guy straight to court and get him certain things. You know, I listen to a lot of things, and I'm sorry to just keep on going, but I gotta vent. I gotta get this off my system. I'm a Jamaican, and I hate to see my people going down in a sense of in the wilderness without without any vision of what they have to do, because right now they're blinded to the fullest. You got people saying they're gonna lend you house and they're gonna lend you generators. You got people saying that they're gonna help this, do that. The best thing to do is to do it for yourself, and don't leave your land. Don't leave where you came from.
Right.
Don't leave. I'm telling my people, don't leave. Just stay still. Just catch. You understand? Just catch.
Mm-hmm.
Because remember, as soon as you leave the land and you get these temporary housing or whatnot, this guy has a plan to take your land. You have no paperwork for it. The best thing to do for you is to stay. And I'm trying to talk to you as plain as possible, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I just wanted to let them know, man, just sign the Magnitsky Act and stay focused on that. We don't want the violence and we don't want harm to nobody. Yes, it angers me that we have a criminal as a prime minister, but I don't view the guy as a prime minister. You understand? I view him as a businessman. That's a businessman. He's making business moves for himself and his own. So Jamaica needs to understand this. So, I mean, if you view it in that sense, like you have to hold this man accountable. You know what I mean? There's a lot of things coming in. Everybody see it on social media. You see it. Not even social media, on the news, on the Fox News of America, USA. This man is getting money a lot, and they're getting generators, they're getting donations, they're getting this, they're getting that. They took Buju items. Like it's and another thing too, Ratti, I don't even blame the people for going through Buju stuff, because listen, desperation calls for desperate measures. They're suffering. They're suffering. And they don't know how to speak up because they're fearing death from every corner, from every aspect. As a kid growing up, Jamaica was a happy place for me, but it was also a very scary place. It was scary because it was mysterious in a lot of ways, because you never know when danger was around the corner. But even though I was surrounded by happiness and good family from the countryside and also in town where I lived, so it's like it's weird because everything starts from the top, and if it's dunceness that's flowing down from the top, like the people are gonna be dunce also, and it's weird because I feel like they're lost in a sense, very lost, because some of the callers and some of the conversations I hear out there, I'm like, wow, my God, these people are talking about airspace and land and this and that, not knowing that they still go to the Privy Council for their final decision when it comes to court orders. Like, this is England's property.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying in my view, but it's like I don't understand. I'm confused in a sense, but people, you need to wake up. You need to wake up and stand up. Stand up for yourself. You got your daughter. You think I can have my son sleeping outside and there's another man sleeping in a mansion nice with his family that's collecting my tax money? It could never happen, brother. It can never happen. I can't do it. And I'm just saying it because I'm in a comfortable position, but if I'm in their position, I have to do something. I would have to do something. And that something would not be violence. I would try to find another alternative, but in a sense, it's violence off of going. I saw it go, but at the same time, I gotta find something else other than that, which is the Magnitsky Act.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's what it is. So I just ask the people to wake up and just follow you lead and follow everything in a sense. That's why I told you when I first called, like, Andrew doesn't like you. You know, Andrew hates you, bro, because he knows that you know. You know, so. But yeah, I just wanted to vent and tell you that, man.
All right, my brother. Well, look, thanks for the call. You sound like you're under the weather a bit, though.
Yeah, I'm all right. I'm in the cold, man. It's cold up here, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cold where I'm at right now. So,
Well, look, we need you, man. We need everybody in the struggle, able-bodied or not. We need everybody.
Ratty, they gotta stand up, man.
Yeah.
They gotta fight, man. They gotta fight. You can't do that. They sleeping out in the elements, man. How could you sit there and see your child sleeping out in the elements and you're a grown ass man? I can't do it, bro. I can't do it. You crazy. I can't do it.
Right.
I can't do it. Andrew Holden, I'll be at your front gate every day. I swear to God. I'll be at you. I won't touch you. I won't do any harm to you, but I'll do it the legal way. You guys gotta protest. You guys gotta stand up. This guy collected billions of dollars and telling you he wants to loan you 50 generators. 50? What is going on here? What is this? This is why I keep putting in your comment section, silent genocide, brother. He's doing something. There's something going on here. This is different.
Right.
This is very different. This is different from anything that we ever seen before.
I agree.
This is literally a life-changing event for Jamaicans. And I watched the program today on TikTok. The girl said on TikTok, like, this hurricane literally reformed the land. Like, it changed the land structure. You know, where there's houses, now there's ponds. Like, what's going on here? Like, what's this? What's this? You know? You guys got to wake up, man. You guys got to wake up. You got to wake up and fight. Fight. Because me know one thing in Ratty. Back in the day, my grandfather fight for me. You know? My grandfather fight for me. Anywhere me there, my grandfather come find me and come and get me. The grandfather them, the uncle them.
Right.
But now I talk about the new generation them who are going right now. I talk about the uncle them, the grandfather them.
Right.
Wake up, man. The manlyites them. You understand? Like, wake up, man. I don't have to go to the man gate. I have to knock on the man gate and tell him, say, yo, brother, this can't work, you know?
Yeah.
This can't work.
Something I forgive.
Them asleep in the elements. This can't work.
Something I forgive.
We not stand up, man. No, man.
Anyway.
This can't work, man.
Anyway, I go jump off of the call. I'm saying another caller come in. So I just want to thank you for the call and take care of yourself here, sir. We need you. Take care of the sniffles.
Bless up, Ratty. Keep doing your thing, man. Bless up.
Thank you, my brother. Take care now. Caller, good night. Welcome to Come Reason. It's Rattigan.
Yes, Ratty.
Yeah, man. Hello?
Yeah. The magazines are up, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if I can walk me through it one of these days because I need to sign in, Ratty. I need to sign in.
All right.
If I could
you know me, I go do.
To help me too.
You
can sign in on the phone, right?
Yeah, man. What me I go do? Me ask producer OT to give you a call, and
yes. So
and then she walk you
you
through
have
it.
my number, right?
Yeah, me have your number. I'll get her and make sure you get a call. Okay. All right. Take care, sir. All right, cool. Bye bye. All right, folks. Me could leave it there, so could just turn off the phone. I just want to show you a couple of things. Take a look at this. We'll play this on Saturday, but you know it, go. It's very appropriate. You can play this every day of the week because it is so relevant. Here we go.
Any government minister who becomes a millionaire after being to a government office is a thief.
That's true. That's very true.
There's no millionaire who becomes a millionaire through government salaries. I make that statement loud and clear. So this whole concept of democracy is a facade, the entertainment for the poor, to think that by voting a president into power, they've actually put a man in control. We need people like Trory, who wakes up in the morning and said, I need 3,000 trucks of road equipment on the road by tomorrow, and 3 kilometers from Ghana into Burkina Faso. They are there by tomorrow. I need a hospital there. I need an aeroplane manufacturing industry there. I need and you need to give a president power, the one who can decide, not the one who can steal, the one who can decide. and make a change. We look at our countries. Look at Kenya, almost 50 years of independence.
60.
Look
63 actually.
Look at Ghana, 63. Look at Zimbabwe, 40 something. And the roads that the colonialists built, we're even battling to repair them with potholes and etc. And you wonder, for the past 45 years, what are we doing? Here's the Minister of Roads, here's the Minister of Public Works, but they simply can't get things done. So what do you need? You need a leader.
What do you need? You need a leader. And you hear what the man said. Anybody who become a millionaire off a government salary is a thief. Let that register. But he said we need a leader. I want you to listen to this video and then tell me who you think that this person is referring to. Just listen to this.
With just the decaying of carcasses and speeding that up. I went on Friday, didn't see any junkers in the air, and wondered, on a serious note, if anything could be done about getting some junkers in the area to take up some of the carcasses. Also, the number of persons and communities that are rising in terms of water.
Only thing my dear friend Zara referred to, and she said she didn't see any junkers in the air, and she was wondering if we can get some junkers over there to pick up the carcasses. We had fun with this clip last Saturday. When I say fun with it, it's a serious topic, but you know, she has a very good command of the English language and also Patois. And some people are saying she was being sarcastic because when she was saying Jankro, she was saying uno at the Jankro, because the Jankro was supposed to remove the carcasses. The hurricane blew them away and the carcasses are there, and it's Funo job to remove them, and they're still there. So since we don't have the Jankros, the natural Jankros, then uno supposed to go. Uno as a Jankro. And she's saying to her defense that that's not what she meant, but that's what she said. And so, you know, we can go back and forth with it. Zara and I had a spirited discussion about this, and I think she understands the impact that that question had and is still having on the public, as well as the politicians. And then here is the leader. Some people would say so-called, some people would say bogus, some people would say illegitimate, some people would use all kinds of words to describe him, and some people would say legitimate, some people would say no, I'm our leader, but nevertheless, here he is.
Initial few days, there was a scramble. And that scramble essentially was, my hand is up, I need help, and the system trying to respond to the loudest voices or the most frantic wave of hands. As of today, we are out of that phase. Now, a systematic response will take over in the relief effort. And you would see that the government...
Does this sound like somebody who knows how to lead? Because remember, he came out and said that we are prepared. We have 800, his ministers, his government came and said we have 881 shelters. And a host of them said, we are prepared, including the Prime Minister saying, yes, you know, we have done the things that we need in preparation for Melissa. And you hear what he just said. In the initial stage, it was more like the squeaky wheels getting the grease. If you could have ball out, then you get the attention. And that's why I said to you people, we have to focus on communities when they have no people who are ball out. They have people, but they're not balling out because they don't have an avenue to ball out. They don't have a social media presence. They don't have a politician who's responsive. They don't have, you know, strong community leaders. They're just ordinary people trying to get along with their daily lives. And now it's disrupted and there's no one around to help them. That is the plan they had, you know. Shout and we'll get you help. You hear what him say? Wait, let me play it again so you hear what him say.
Government has made certain... In the initial few days, there was a scramble. And that scramble essentially was, my hand is up, I need help. and the system trying to respond to the loudest voices or the most frantic wave of hands.
Is that the way? Is that how you prepare for a hurricane? That the initial phase, you wait for people to raise their hands and then you provide services. Is that the preparation he was talking about?
As of today, we are out of that phase. Now, a systematic response will take over in the relief effort. And you would see that.
Why they couldn't have the systematic approach in the first instance? Why? I don't understand this. I'm confused. The first phase is chaos. And the second phase is discipline. I don't understand this. Why do you have to have chaos in that calculus, in that mix, in that plan? Why?
Government has made certain actions to ensure that there is a systematic response. Let me say it in another way. I hear the cry of every baby that is now hungry in a community that is not yet reached. It goes to bed with me. And I have to think of it in this way. Do I try myself to jump on a helicopter with a package to reach the baby that is crying? Or do I try to develop a system to get more helicopters in, to get more packages?
Do I try, operative word try, do I try to develop a system? He's saying, he made that statement after the hurricane. Had he been a true leader, a proactive leader, all of these things would have been in place. And if you didn't need them, you just didn't need them. It's fine. But to say, hurricane mashed up the place and now we're going to seek help, makes no sense. OT and I had a discussion this afternoon and we were looking at the timeline as to when he made the plea to the Europeans for help, because there's some kind of special fund, and I think Belgium is a part of it, and they've helped over 80 countries since they started this initiative. And we were looking to see, when did this fund started a while back, or this initiative in Europe started a while back, and we're looking to see when did he ask for help, and it would appear as if he asked for help like the day before the hurricane. And then we went back and we looked and we said, but wait a minute, did he do that for Beryl? Did he ask for help for Beryl? And we don't think he did. The jury is still out on that. But the one thing the jury is not out on is that he's not the kind of leader that should be leading Jamaica. He has exhibited and he continues to exhibit poor leadership. And he knows I'm telling the truth, because I can point to a range, a whole host of examples. Kimani Prashad, you're right. Incompetence. They had no plan. They had no plan. And I mean, you're hearing it from his mouth. He said the initial thing was, wave your hand and we get your stuff. And now we're moving into a more organized phase. And we're trying to come up with a plan to get that organized phase in action. And then the question is, okay, when did the wave hand phase, why did it end when it ended? What was the triggering event that caused you to say, okay, we're out of that phase now? Because guess what? People still raising their hands. Let's continue.
Packages put together to get more supplies in, to get more support, to be able to reach those babies that are crying. While at the same time saying to Keith and Darrell and Minister Tufton, get out there in the scramble. And so that is what
you shouldn't have to tell them that if you have a plan. Come on. How you talk to? You shouldn't have to tell them that if you have a plan. If you did plan it like how you plan the Estate Bridge and Imperium and ADMAT and Positive Jamaica Media and the if you did plan it like how you plan, them financial schemes would have been a much better shape. And look, when you plan those during a pandemic. You plan not ADMAT, because ADMAT was before, but Estate Bridge, Imperium, Positive Jamaica Media. Those three, we know for sure those three were planned in at the heights of the pandemic. And you planned them so well, and things were just so effortless, and money's just move like water flowing from the mountain to the sea. No issues. But now you have to tell ministers and come on, man.
you have been seeing. People individually going out there trying to relieve the human suffering. But that is not a sustainable response. The sustainable response is what you would see the government doing now. One, we have to.
When I hear that, the sustainable response is what you see the government doing now. I repeat, I quote, the sustainable response is what you see the government doing now. Why them couldn't do it when this thing happened? Why? The office is called the Office of what? ODPEM. ODPEM. Disaster preparedness. That's the first thing they must do. Prepare for disaster. And you are the Prime Minister. You have charge and responsibility over all of these agencies. You can just snap of a finger and things happen. And it's now you're going to come out and talk about you have sustainable plan. No.
To streamline ODPEM, both as the Office of Disaster Preparedness, which that function was done, that phase is over, and now we are in the...
That function was not done. You just say it. Well, never prepare for it.
The phase of the emergency management, which is the relief. Now,
yeah, emergency management. You know what that amounts to? Money. Money. Emergency management, that means assistance is flowing in. And now we have to go manage it now. Money.
let's just be clear. The government can't stand up ODPEM with its own parallel structure of having all the people that would be necessary to pack the relief items, to load the trucks, to move the trucks to where they have to be stored, to clear the roads, all those little minor functions that make the big service works, and keep them and pay them throughout the year for every year, even when there is no disaster. Where?
Hold on a second there. It's called insurance. Don't you have functions in the government that you don't need every year, but you still maintain? Don't you, Mr. Prime Minister? You have a cat bond that you paid $10.5 million for last year. You never used it last year, but you continue to use it. Why? In the event of a catastrophe. That's why you have a lot of these agencies. That's why you have ODPEM. ODPEM? We want to call it ODPEM. Our Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management. ODPEM, right? That's why you have an agency like that. You know why? Because every year you have a hurricane season. Not every year you're going to get hit by a hurricane, but in the eventuality of one, you have an agency to deal with that, and that agency is supposed to make sure that everything is taken care of every year. You don't plan when the event hits you, Mr. Prime Minister. And by the way, people, tune in this Saturday, because this Saturday we're going to give you an angle to the ODPEM saga that most of you have not seen. Most of you have not seen the angle that we're going to bring this Saturday. Most of you have not seen it. And what you will see is that, he moved ODPEM within his office. And so, you have to question and say, well, why now? Well, this was right after he said, ODPEM is getting a whole range of services and assistance, and that the best place to put it is in his office because it can coordinate across government. Well, what was it doing before? What was it doing during Beryl? And if it wasn't doing it during Beryl, why you wait till now to make the management changes? And who did he put in charge? He put a military man in charge of ODPEM. He took the guy with 20 years plus with emergency management and said, you're just going to be the coordinator in my office. But the ODPEM is going to be run by military. And who is the Prime Minister's permanent secretary? But put it this way, who's the permanent secretary for the office of the Prime Minister? Another military man, Rocky Mead. And if you know anything about the military, you'll know this. They don't engage in discussions. They follow instructions. A commander doesn't say, do this, and himself, and the person say, well, let's talk about this. Maybe that's not such a good idea. No. You get an order to do something and you follow that order. Your job is to say, yes, sir, and salute. Yes, ma'am, and you salute. But it's not to have a discussion. So when the Prime Minister have them two man in our control, all of the resources are coming to ODPEM. If the Prime Minister says, I want this to go there, guess what happened? There is no discussion. It is going to happen. Because those men are not used to having discussions. Those men are used to following orders. And guess what? They collectively, both of them, have been taking orders from the Prime Minister for a long time. Because remember, the Prime Minister is the Minister of Defense. So when him say, I want this done, question is not something where you sit down and say, well, let's hold on a second. Let's talk about this. No such thing. So you see the kind of person, and you see the kind of personality that we're dealing with. He's woefully inadequate for the position. But he's drunk on power, and that's a bad combination. That's a bad combination. Somebody who is unqualified for a position, but their ego is huge and they have this megalomaniac type of personality. Control freaks. Anything me say, go. This is the type of leader we have.
That capability exists is in the JDF. It is a multifunctional capability. I do commend the JDF and of course the JCF as well. The JDF is the repository of the logistics and engineering capabilities of the government.
So, him never know this. He's been Minister of Defense from 2016. And he just know him realize this, that and him have to make a change. It's only now him realize the level of competence of the JDF to act in disaster situations like this. Jillian talked about the boat them. Yeah, the master diaspora for boats last year. I wonder where those boats are, if they received any.
And in hindsight, as I reflect on how we have executed policy, not many Jamaicans would know this, but in the last 10 years of my administration, we have invested heavily in the JDF. In fact, we have doubled the size of the JDF, both in terms of men and women.
People, look, words mean something. And don't you understand what he's saying? He's talking about his incompetence. You know, in the last 10 years, they've doubled it. And he knew about their competence to deal with disaster situations, but only now he's going to make that change and put them in charge of them. ODPEM. Only now he's going to do it. And you see, his words are like a string of pearls. They just look nice or they sound nice and them roll off my tongue. But people, you have to pay attention. Listen. Don't just hear what he say. Listen to what he say. And if you listen to him say, you realize that, wait a minute, this is nonsense this man is talking. He's contradicting himself. He's indicting himself. He's exposing himself. But people are hearing, they're not listening.
Material, equipment, and technology. We made an investment a few years ago in expanding our fleet of helicopters, expanding our offshore patrol vessels, expanding our radars.
Analyst professional ask a question. Do you think Owens is a smart person? No, I think he's cunning. Don't think he's smart. If not, who's helping him to strategize, robbing the nation and outsmart the opposition? You know who? The people. The people are helping him because, you know, they vote him in. They voted him in 2016, voted him in 2020, and just voted him again in 2025 after a series of failures. After a series of failures, they voted him in. So what he's thinking is that these people are idiots. So I am going to take advantage of them. In the good book, it says, a fool and his money will soon be parted. Here's the example. He's looking at the Jamaican people as fools. They're not questioning. They're not asking for oversight. They're not demanding transparency. They're not exerting their dissatisfaction with his leadership. They're not protesting. They're not doing this. They're not doing anything to hold him accountable. So what do you think he's going to do? He's going to continue. So, analyst professional, that's a good question. Those are two good questions you asked. Do I think he's a smart person? I don't think he's a smart person. I think he's just cunning. He's just pushing, see how far he can go with them, and then him just say, okay, all right, fine. And I say that because cunning, you kind of associate it with some kind of devious type of behavior, you know, something that's not on the up and up. Smart, I would use that to describe a leader, a true leader. So this is a smart guy. So thank you for the two questions. Really appreciate them. Oh, hold on.
Expanding our communications, increasing the number of Bushmasters, and expanding the number of units that are in the JDF. Today, it is paying off. The logistical capability of the JDF is certainly best in class in the region. And that is what is giving us now the horsepower to be able to deal with a Category 5 level disaster. So the JDF gives the legs and arms to the management functions of the emergency. So it makes sense that there is seamless coordination between the JDF and ODPEM. And therefore, you would recognize the movement of ODPEM to OPM, where the JDF is already under the portfolio of the Office of the Prime Minister, appointed someone to now head the ODPEM, seconded from the JDF. So we expect that there will be seamless operations. Why is this so? In the relief phase, there may be a sense that we will do this for a few weeks. I want to just bring everybody's mind to the reality that this will be a few months operation. And that the country needs to understand this. We have relief entities here. Some of them are capable of carrying out long-term relief, but most of them are not capable to carry out long-term relief and will take up stumps and leave the theater of operations after a few weeks. So the government has to have that base capability to be able to sustain the relief effort for a long period of time. And that is what I have been working on to ensure that your government has that staying capability to bring relief to 6 parishes and other divisions and constituencies in other parishes that are impacted. We don't have the exact number of persons who are impacted, but we can estimate that it would be somewhere in the region of about 600,000 persons. Now think of it. We have never had a sustained operational capability to bring constant relief effort to 600,000 persons.
And Beryl didn't send a message either. Beryl didn't send a message. Think of how stupid this prime minister is. He went out and his government went out under the stewardship of the Minister of Finance, Mr. Clark, Dr. Clark. And they purchased insurance. No, remember now, they had this cat bond, they had it from 2022. He never saw it fit at that time to work on a sustained plan to deal with an emergency. But he believed that there could have been damage to Jamaica, causing severe economic loss to the tune of 150 million American dollars. He did that part, right? But then he didn't do this part. And now he's figuring out this part. So if you're going to prepare for something like this and you're going to take out a bond and then you show off and say, this is the first time a country has ever done anything like this. How about saying it's the first time a country has ever done anything like this, and along with a sustained plan for disaster recovery? How about that? That would complete the picture. So the idea that you have about having a cat bond, that's half-baked. It's not ready for eat yet. And we don't even ready for it because remember, before Jamaica started paying for the cat bond in 2023, no, they started paying for the cat bond in 2024. It was Germany and I think Canada and the US or something. They paid for it in 2022, 2023. And Jamaica paid for it. Jamaica's, they came up with the full amount to pay for it. And when those countries assisted with the cat bond in 2022 and 2023, the value of that bond was 185 million. When Jamaica decided to carry on, Jamaica said, no, we're going to drop it. We're not going to go for 185. We're going to just go up to 150. But if you can have that kind of discussions and make that kind of plan, then why is it that you only know after you said that the JDF has been doing this for over 10 years of your administration? Why is it after this now you decide to move the independent agency that's responsible for disaster and recovery and all that? Why is it that oh, by the way, that office is not the only office because the JDF has always assisted. And when you talk about you want a seamless connection between them, there's always been a seamless connection. The only difference now is that you going to tell them what to do. Whereas ODPEM could have said, military, we need you over there, or we need you here, or we need you to do this, or we need you to do that. Because the military, you know, them no question. Them just follow orders. That's all. So, Mr. Prime Minister, I don't know where you're getting this idea from or who your advisors are. Like I said, the people's action resulted in your continued presence as the Prime Minister. We don't vote for Prime Ministers. We know that. We vote for parliamentarians, and then the winning party, they elect the person who will be the Prime Minister. We know that. But at the end of the day, it started with the people.
And what that requires. So the planning that has to go into that for the logistics and management takes some time. In our case, only a few days before we can stand it up so that we can reach every crying baby who is hungry. So Commander Gale has been tasked. The CDS already knows what her task is. They will be working together seamlessly under the administrative leadership of the Permanent Secretary in the Office of the Prime Minister, former Chief of Defense Staff, Rocky Mead.
See there? See the people? See there? Military are run the thing now. And when the Prime Minister say, jump, they will say, how high? They will not say, why me have to jump? When me I jump, go. Why me can't walk? Why me can't run? Why me can't creep? So now he has no opposition. An independent agency could push back. Military will not push back. Military will follow orders. It's that simple. And so, folks, here we are. Once again, the gates of failure have opened. And we are all witnesses to the flooding. And they have come and they will continue to come with the BS and all the fancy words. And that's one of the things that we've preached around here, that we want you to be critical thinkers, that when they say these things, we want you to think through what they've said. We want you to look at, examine their words carefully and try to get an understanding of what's meant. Because at first blush, things can be deceiving. It's only when you stop and you look and you say, okay, let me parse the words. Let me see what he's trying to tell me. What is he trying to convey? And if you notice, they'll never speak to you in everyday language, you know. When they come with the BS and they come with the nonsense and the garbage, they'll never come to you in everyday language. They'll come to you speaky spokey. And they'll drop a word here, drop a word there. That the thing can say. And you say, oh, yeah, my politician, my prime minister, that. Yeah, man. And if you ask people what was said, a lot of them don't know. They have no idea what was said. Look at that clip I just played. And I just did a casual analysis. This is not even a deep analysis, just a casual analysis. And by the way, just so you know, that was my first time listening to that tape all the way through. I listened to like maybe about the first 30 seconds before I played it tonight. And one of the ways that you can train your mind to be critical is to start thinking that these politicians are trying to pull a fast one on me. If you train your mind to say they're trying to pull a fast one on me, believe me, there's a reflex action in your brain. Because it's like this, it's like, okay, let me see where they're coming with. Instead of submission, where you just say, him say it, and yet me think me hear where him say, I'm going to believe it, whatever him tell me. But if you approach it with a sense of skepticism and say, I'm not so sure what them guys are saying, or these ladies are saying, we're not so sure about it, I'll pay careful attention. Just try it. Just try it. Try to be skeptical when you hear a politician talk. And believe me, you will enjoy the hell out of the exercise because you're going to grasp so much that had you not approached it with that mindset, you wouldn't have. You wouldn't have. Trish, there it is. If you look at what Trish said, the tone of this fool is so unsympathetic. There is no empathy in his voice. It's like he's talking about how to get rid of criminals, not persons experiencing the aftermath of a disaster. Touche. Trish hit it right on the nail on the head. If you approach it like that and say, what is he? We might try to tell me. And you say, well, wait a minute. The hurricane come and then now him saying I'm going to have sustainable plan to deal with the disaster. Well, wait a minute. Shouldn't that be before? He said the Europeans are helping and then give him 400 and change, 400 and mash generators. But when did he ask for them? And then you find out him asked for them like a day before the hurricane or 2 days before. And he said, well, wait a minute. Why didn't he ask for them before? Or at least put those people on standby, saying that it looks like we're going to get a hit. And so we're asking you to be prepared. That's being proactive. It's woefully lacking in Jamaica. Woefully lacking. I'm not going to tell you I have all the answers because I don't. But the one thing I can tell you is that they make a fool mistakes I wouldn't make. I wouldn't make them because of my approach. My approach won't allow me to fall prey to this unsympathetic, lazy, unqualified, disastrous response. My brain won't allow me to fall into that trap. Because as soon as I hear them start talking, my mind just kind of just expand. It just open up and it just start absorb every word and start process every word. Now, I understand that not everybody is going to be like me. And there are people far better than me, by the way, at doing this. But I'm encouraging you to start doing it. I'm encouraging you to start doing it. I wasn't always like this. I learned from people. And it's worked out quite well for me, right? Just get your brain attuned to the cadence, the word selection, the tone, the tenor of what the politician is saying. And once you start to get on that wavelength, you will be able to parse through words like that. And when they say things, you'll be on point. You'll be able to pick out, as my mother that said, sense from nonsense. Now what you're going to find out is that them talk a whole heap of nonsense and a little bit of sense. Because I don't believe anybody is fully dunce. But there are people who are very close and them carry a title, politicians. And the reason is because we allow them to act like them fully dunce. Them not fully dunce, but we allow them to act that way. We can say, yeah, them fully dunce because of the things that they do. But the question is, how do you hold them accountable so that they're not fully dunce because it's your interest? And all I can tell you is this, and I mean it from the bottom of my heart. Don't give up. We can't give up. Where there's life, there's hope. And we'll live to fight another day. and fight we must. Because power doesn't yield. Power doesn't yield. That's not the nature of power. Somebody who's powerful doesn't just yield and say, yeah, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. They have to be forced. One way or the other. And when I say forced, let me be absolutely clear. I'm not talking about physical violence. It has no place. In my idea of forcing change on government, physical violence, no place in it whatsoever. I believe that you play by the rules. And if you want to change the rules, then you get involved with the rules. But you can't violently, not in this day and age, you can't violently assault the rules. You can't just, you know, if they say you need a permit to protest, then you get the permit. Because if you don't get the permit and you go there, you're going to have problems. You're going to have problems. So whatever the rules require, then you do it until you can change them. And that is one of the reasons which bring me back to this point. The Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, you try to change the rules from the outside, and so what happened? So now we're going in. We were outside, and them closed the door, and them do what they did whatever they wanted to do. Now the door is open. We're going in, and we're going in now to change the rules. So don't give up, my people. It may be long, but it won't be forever. The struggle is real, and we can't approach it as a dream. Because when you wake up, it'll still be in front of you. So you might as well make up your mind, deal with it, get it over and done with. I want to thank all of you for joining us yesterday, because it's Thursday already. For those of you who have made the sacrifice to stay up with us, you don't have to. We know this. And so we extend a great deal of appreciation for your time, your effort, your sacrifice. And we're asking you to sign up for the Magnitsky. And we're asking you to sign up for the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council to vote. And we're asking you to join us this Saturday as the provost and the adjunct professor and a host of guest lecturers will take you through issues that matter. We will look at origins. We will look at solutions. And at the end of the day, you will walk away being an informed and educated student. I promise you that. And just to give you, last week we talked about how laws are made and, who can bring the law into operation. We'll touch a little bit more on that. We'll go through the procurement, some procurement things, and we're going to go through there are 15 contracts that Minister Tufton's friend received from his ministry. 15. Two of them were not read. Two of them were not placed in the quarterly database system that they have. There are problems with all 15 of them. We're going to go through the first two. And I believe that case is such a remarkable case, considering where we are now in the history of Jamaica, dealing with Melissa and the rebuilding effort. Because that case, remember now we know, the last contract that Minister Tufton's friend received was in 2020. And when was the report tabled? 2025. 5 years to interview some people. This was a paper case. This was not an undercover case that you have to develop the evidence, that you have to strategize, that you have to bring resources to bear. No, this was a case that the alleged acts took place already. And there was paper, the contracts. So it was just a matter of interviewing some people, and it took 5 years from the last contract, because the first contract was issued in 2017, January 2017. So that would be 8 years. So there's so much to teach you about this case. And I'm looking forward to your attendance this Saturday. Finally, I'm going to show you, we're going to talk about a story that has not made the media circuit yet. And it's a disgrace. It is a story about the Prime Minister. It is a story that could result in the Prime Minister being removed by the electors from his position. I have read the document. The document has been filed. And yet there is not a mention of it in the media. I haven't seen it. Maybe that's the more correct thing to say. I haven't seen it. But I need you to show up on Saturday, because on Saturday we're going to walk you again through the laws. Actually, it's one law. We're going to walk you through it. And we're going to show you how cock mouth can kill cock. We're going to show you how the Prime Minister's own words are coming back to haunt him. And if there's a case that could bring the Prime Minister down, you won't find it over in the Integrity Commission. It's not over in the Financial Investigative Division. It's not with the DPP. It's not with MOCA. It's not with the tax administration. It is with a private citizen. So I need you to tune in this Saturday. I'll be prepared. Please come prepared. OT, lead we out, baby. Lead we out. Lead we out.